The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. Marching with a purpose, we're taking it higher. Fighting through the struggle, igniting the fire. No more silence, we'll make the noise loud. Together in this battle, standing strong and proud. Injustice fades when courage aligns. Rise up together, break the confines. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. Together we'll write a new paradigm. You paradigm, you paradigm. Whoa, whoa. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice, united and free. United and free. So rise up now, it's our time to shine. United and free. We'll write a new paradigm. United and free. United and free. United and free. The system's rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down.
I presume throughout, but specifically, are you ready to let me know this morning what your plan is?
I will not testify.
All right. Is that your understanding, Mr. Weaver?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. And you have your expert witness coming in now. Is it your intention to rest after that witness?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Y'all got any plans for rebuttal at the moment? Okay. All right. So we're on track. We'll probably be done in an hour or so.
I would say so.
All right. Go and bring your witness in. Bring the jurors up. Probably bring the witness up and bring the jurors in. But y'all need me to. Mr. Ray, did I cover everything yesterday? Do y'all need me to do anything else on the record with your client?
I don't think so. You just did it again when I stepped
Right.
That's sufficient.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ray.
Your Honor, the defense will call Dr. Jonathan Arden. Dr. Arden, if you'll raise your right hand, you swear and affirm the testimony you'll give before this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat.
Thank you.
When you get seated, go ahead and state your name for the record.
I'm Dr. Jonathan Arden. It's A-R-D-E-N.
And Dr. Arden, what do you do for employment?
I am a forensic pathologist. My primary employment is as a consultant in forensic pathology and medicine, and I also hold a part-time position as a forensic pathologist with the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of West Virginia.
And so I'm assuming, being a forensic pathologist, you went to medical school?
Yes, sir.
Where did you go to undergrad?
2 years at Johns Hopkins University and then 2 years at the University of Michigan.
How about medical school?
University of Michigan,
And when did you graduate from University of Michigan Medical School?
1980.
That's the year I was born.
Go ahead and make me feel old.
Where did you do your residency at?
I did a 3-year residency in anatomic pathology at the New York University Medical School in New York City. And then I did a 1-year residency in forensic pathology at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner for the state of Maryland.
All right. What's the difference? I'll just go ahead and hop in here. What's the difference between anatomical pathology and forensic pathology?
Well, to begin with, let's start with the more general definition of pathology. That is the medical specialty that studies the changes in the form or the function of the human body or its components. And when I talk about changes, we're talking about the effects of diseases or injuries. In the broad field of pathology, it's divided into 2 major pieces, one of which is anatomic pathology, and that is the pathology of the anatomy, the structures of the body. So you learn to interpret and diagnose the changes of the structures of the body, some of which you can see with the naked eye, hold in your hand, some of which require the microscope to examine, and you diagnose diseases and injuries. Then within anatomic pathology, if you take the broad general background of general medicine, anatomic pathology, and then you apply it primarily to the process of investigating and certifying certain types of deaths, and those deaths being, number one, deaths that occur by violence, which simply means any death that occurs by any kind of injury under any circumstances, excuse me, as well as any deaths that occur suddenly, unexpectedly, so people who die in public, for instance. That's the field of forensic pathology.
Okay. And if you need any water, there is some right there behind you.
There's some of this, sorry.
You're fine.
Thank you.
Now, after you finished your residency, what'd you do after that?
After I completed the training that I just described to you, I then spent 20 years as a full-time government medical examiner. I worked in 4 different offices, including 9 years with the City of New York, where I rose through a number of titles and finished as the first Deputy Chief Medical Examiner. That's the second in command to that system. I then spent about 5.5 years as the Chief Medical Examiner of Washington, D.C. Once I finished my 20 years of full-time government service, I then entered into the consulting work, that type of work that brings me here today, and overlapping with that, I spent about 1.5 years with a part-time position in Northern Virginia, where I was living at the time, as a community-based medical examiner. And then, more importantly, since 2008, so for about 16 years now, I've held a part-time position with the medical examiner system in West Virginia, in which I perform the functions of their medical examiners. In that job, I actually do autopsies, write reports, go to court, things like that. But so then, the first 20 years of my career was full-time government work, and the second 20 years has been mostly consulting work.
Okay. I'm assuming you're currently licensed to practice medicine.
I'm currently licensed in 5 states,
And
being
what states are those?
Florida, West Virginia, Maryland, Virginia, and I hold a license in an inactive status in New York.
Okay. Are you a member of any of the relevant organizations regarding forensic pathology?
Currently a member of the Florida Medical Association. I have been actually for about 35 years. I was a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners.
Okay. Have you done any teaching?
Excuse me?
Teaching?
During the course of my career, I have done teaching, particularly when I worked in New York City and Washington, D.C. I held academic appointments, and I did more teaching in those years. That's about 14, 15 years out of my 20 years of my career.
And what universities did you teach at or lecture?
In New York City, I had appointments in both the New York State University Medical School in Brooklyn, as well as the New York University Medical School in Manhattan. And in Washington, D.C., I was appointed in the George Washington University Medical School in the pathology department.
And how about any lectures or presentations? Do you do any of that?
I have over the years given a fair number of them, especially, again, my busiest time of teaching and lecturing was in New York and Washington, but I've provided various kinds of lectures to medical offices, medical audiences, law enforcement, lawyers. So I've done a fair amount of that over the years. I've given presentations at national meetings a number of times as well.
And over the course of your now 44-year career or so, how many autopsies have you done?
I've personally done something over 3,000 forensic autopsies, plus whatever autopsies I did in training prior to that. And I haven't kept track, but I've probably had at least 500 other examinations of bodies without a full autopsy where I've issued death certificates.
Okay. And how many cases do you think that you have consulted on?
Oh, I haven't added that up. For the number of years in my consulting practice, I was taking about 125 to 150 new cases a year, trying to get myself towards something that sounds like retirement. We're probably taking around 65 new cases a year now.
How many times over the course of your career do you think you've testified in court?
Oh, probably around 5 years ago or so, I was still saying over 900 times testifying in court, hearings, grand juries, depositions all together. That's been years, so it's well over that now.
Okay. And how many different states in the U.S. have you testified in? And we'll just make it easy. How many times have you testified actually in court in front of a jury in the U.S.?
I don't actually have that number. I mean, it's a number of hundreds. It's probably more than 500 in front of a jury.
Okay.
In terms of states, I haven't counted that up lately either, but it's probably somewhere in the 25 to 30 state range, plus federal courts, plus military courts martial.
Okay. And what about, have you done any consulting work or testified in any foreign countries?
Yes, I actually testified by video in Montenegro a number of years ago. I've testified once or twice in Canada. I've consulted on cases that have not, or at least have not yet ended in testimony in England and Israel as well.
Have you been qualified as an expert witness before?
Yes, hundreds of times.
Hundreds of times? You know, at this point, we would move Dr. Arden in as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
All right, any objections?
No, no.
All right, he's tendered as an expert and is thus can testify to his opinion based upon things in his range of experience. All right, go ahead.
Dr. Arden, for the jury, explain what a medical examiner is.
Well, in this country, every jurisdiction has some form of a medical legal death investigation agency, and roughly half of the country is covered by agencies called medical examiners, and about half are covered by coroners. Those are somewhat different systems. We don't really need to belabor the politics of it or the constitutional end of it, but so a medical examiner's office is the office that is charged under the law with the kind of work that I told you is what forensic pathology does. The medical examiner's office is the one that investigates the deaths that come under its jurisdiction, either deaths due to injury, deaths that are sudden, unexpected, and unexplained, some other special categories, deaths in custody in some places, deaths due to public health hazards. So that's what the medical examiner office does, and the process that I outlined or I defined for you is investigate and certify. So it starts with an investigation. You have to figure out what are the circumstances, where did the dead person come from, how did this happen, because it gives you your context. Just like you go to see your doctor, you don't hide behind a curtain and say, figure me out. You come in and say, I have a cough, I have a fever, or whatever, and your physician knows that it makes a difference if you're a 4-year-old girl or a 90-year-old man as far as what the doctor's looking for. So the investigation is like the history, and then the examination is usually the autopsy of the dead body, and sometimes it also includes toxicology or other examinations, x-rays, things like that. And so that's how the medical examiner office works. And if you're asking what is a medical examiner in terms of the professional, the medical examiner is a forensic pathology who performs all of those functions.
Okay. You were hired by myself and John Luke Weaver as a consultant on this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much to date are you aware of? Like, how much have we paid you?
I believe I've been paid in fees up to now just about $6,600. I mean, I've been working on this case since January of 2021 with your office. And so I think at this point it's been just about $6,600 total. There are some other hours in there that haven't yet been paid, and plus the appearance today.
Okay. Does the fact that you are compensated by my office, does that change your opinion of what you're going to testify to today?
No, I offer my opinions based on the facts and accepted medical practice and my 40 years of experience, and you get the same opinion whether you're paying me or not, or whether it helps you or not. It's all based on the facts.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the facts. Tell the jury what all in this case have you reviewed?
First of all, I reviewed investigative reports from law enforcement, mostly from the Cherokee County Sheriff's Office. I believe there was one report from the marshal. And there were also various reports from the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI. That includes from their medical examiner's office the autopsy report and the anthropology report initially done by Dr. Gooding. That includes photographs that were taken, I'm kind of lumping together between law enforcement and the GBI, but photographs of the death scene or the recovery scene, photographs of the examination of the remains by the anthropologist and by the pathologist, x-rays, or actually I got photos of the x-rays taken of the remains. I think I also saw some photos that were from the house at the site where the burn pit was. From the GBI, I also reviewed some other laboratory reports. There was a laboratory report about looking for accelerants, in other words, chemicals that might have been used to fuel that fire. Unless I'm missing something, I think those were all the documents that I examined.
And you're not going to approach.
I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked as
Pardon 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Can you identify 1 through 3?
Well, you just handed me our marked Arden 1 through 3 inclusive are 3 photographs taken of portions of the remains of Mr. Farris. These are photographs that I recognize that were taken during the time in June of 2022 when I personally examined the remains at the coroner's office here.
Okay. And that was my next question. So you actually went and reviewed the remains of Mr. Farris personally?
I did.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what is 4 and 5. You don't need to read them, just identify what they are and if they're true or correct.
What you've handed me is Arden 4 is a copy of my curriculum vitae, or CV. That's my professional resume, total of 6 pages. That is complete. And Arden 5 is a copy of the consultation report. Actually, it looks like it's 2 copies. Yes, this is actually 2 copies of my consultation report that I wrote in December of 2023 for this matter.
Okay. And I will, apparently my stapler got the best of me this morning. Tender 1 copy. You know, at this time we go to move into evidence Arden 1 through 5, the photograph, CV, as well as his report.
All right, admitted. You get the screens.
Please. Dr. Arden, I'm showing, can you, well, we're waiting on the screens to come on. While that is coming up, when you were reviewing the remains, did you notice any damage to the bones of Mr. Farris other than thermal damage?
Right. Other than thermal damage, no. I did not find any kind of damage or injury to the bones that would suggest any other form of trauma, thermal damage.
Just going through it, you didn't observe any saw marks?
Correct. No saw marks, no knife marks, no bullet wounds in the bones either.
Now,
No bullet wounds in the bones either.
now, for the jury, tendering Arden 1, can you identify what this is?
Yes, this is a photograph of several of the fragments of bone and tissue you can see there is a tag that was with these fragments that's identifying them as tissue fragments that had a bullet in them. And I can tell you that you can see on our left there below the tag is a portion of a rib. The roughly triangular darkened fragment on our right is some burned soft tissue with another portion of rib. That's where that bullet had been recovered.
And just so we're clear, is the triangular portion on the left side of Arden 1, is that soft tissue with a rib still attached or inside of it?
Yes, I think you said left side. That's our right side.
Yeah, that's the right side, sorry.
But yes, the one that you're circling with the cursor, that's exactly what that is.
Soft tissue with a rib.
Yes.
Okay.
Portion of a rib.
Portion of a rib. Okay. And Arden, I think that's Arden 3. What is that? Can you identify?
Oh yes, that is
actually that's Arden 2.
Okay, what you're showing as Arden 2 is a slightly closer up view of the same set of fragments. Now you can see the rib fragment that was toward the left, and another fragment of tissue that was the one of the bottom one in the first in Arden 1, and you can just barely see to our right the edge of that bigger triangular fragment.
And this last one. And for the jury, can you tell them about how you went about examining the remains at the coroner's office?
Well, the remains had been stored in various bags and organized in terms of which segment of the burn pit they had been removed from. Dr. Gooding had, in her exam and her report, basically divided up the area into 4 quadrants, A, B, C, and D, and the human remains and the fragments that were removed from each of them were labeled as to where they came from and bagged and tagged as to where they came from. So I essentially was provided access to all of those bags as organized and labeled, and then went through each and every one of them, opened them up. Some we opened, and some I believe we just examined through the bag. The areas that were more important, such as what you were seeing in Arden 1, 2, and 3, we took out of the bag, laid out, took the photos. I got to handle them and look at them in different directions, things like that.
And kind of jumping around, because that's how I do it. Through your review of this, did you notice or were able to determine whether any flammable or ignitable liquids had been used in this fire?
Based on the laboratory report from the GBI, which was testing to determine if there were any flammable liquids, what we call generically accelerants, the laboratory report did not identify any accelerants related to this fire or these remains.
And I'm going to show you what has been previously admitted as, we'll go with Gooding 10. Did you review this photograph to the best of your knowledge?
If it's part of the photos from the Gooding material, yes, I did. Actually, now that I look at this carefully, I did review this. I have seen this photograph, yes.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury what this is?
Yes, what you're looking at here, just slightly right of center, you see the vertical whiter band. That's a portion of a rib. You can see to our left there's a hand in a black glove holding the fragment, and the more orange kind of cylindrical item that's almost dead center in the photograph is in fact that bullet that was recovered from the soft tissue associated with that rib.
Now, with the portion of the rib that you were able to examine, did you notice any damage to the rib from that bullet?
No, there was no damage to the rib or any of the bones in this area. The bullet was simply in the associated soft tissue.
Okay. And I'm going to show you next. This is Gooding 11. This was attached to her report. Have you seen this photograph?
Yes, I've seen this diagram.
All right. you weren't here and you didn't hear it, but I'd asked Dr. Gooding where the bullet was found, and the best that she could tell me, essentially it's on the left side of the body. Is that what this photograph is showing for you and your medical opinion?
Yes, I think she's indicating here with the brackets that the rib fragments with the small area of soft tissue where the bullet was were from left ribs. If I recall correctly, she said in her report, sternal ends of left ribs. So the sternum is the breastbone, and the ribs each rib starts attached on each side of your backbone, your vertebral column, and goes around and slightly downward from your side to your front, and then the ribs attach through cartilage, soft tissue, with the breastbone, the sternum. So she was referring to these being the rib ends that are closer to the front, but it was left-sided ribs.
Okay. Now, would you say that the bullet, because you previously testified, the bullet is in the soft tissue? Can you explain, give us any indicator of where that bullet may be according to Gooding 11?
It was in the soft tissue between two of the ribs, close to the front, close to the breastbone. So you have, if you think about the anatomy, you have the skin on the outside, you have a layer of fat underneath the skin, which is normal. Everyone has a layer of what we call subcutaneous fat. And then in this area of the body we're talking about, you have the chest wall, which has the ribs, and there are muscles, some muscles on the front of those ribs, and there's a band of muscles that goes in between each of the ribs. And they're called intercostal muscles, which is a fancy medical term that means in between ribs. So you have this chest wall of the skin, the underlying fat, the ribs with all of their muscles that makes a structure there. It's the outside, the boundary of your chest, and that's all. If you're going from the outside in, that's all before you get into the body cavity. We haven't reached the next layer deeper. Would be in the body cavity, where, for instance, your heart and your lungs are.
And so the body cavity is where all the vital organs are contained.
Yes, we have, technically speaking, we have two separate chest cavities where each lung sits. You have a compartment in the middle in the chest, which is anatomically separate. That's called the mediastinum, which is where the heart and major blood vessels are and some other structures. You have another separate cavity in the abdomen down below, which isn't related to this, so I won't belabor that. But yes, inside the cavities is where you have all the vital organs, the major blood vessels. But we're talking about here are tissues on the chest wall. They're not inside the body cavities.
Did you also review the autopsy in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. Did you notice anything odd about the autopsy, the actual report?
Well, the thing that I noted in my report about the autopsy report is that the autopsy report is essentially administrative details, who did what when, and the vast majority of the autopsy report actually is cut and paste from Dr. Gooding's anthropology report. The only part of the autopsy report that has its own independent examination reported is there's a paragraph of the examination of the X-rays taken by the medical examiner.
Okay. Now, from your review of everything that you looked at in this case, can you tell the jury to a medical certainty where the entry wound is?
I cannot.
I'm seeing if do we still have the projectile in here? What's up here? I know you hadn't actually seen the projectile. Maybe it's up here. We got to go through all this again. But there was, you recall, the petals on the projectile, right?
Yes, it was what we call a jacketed bullet. It has a lead core with an outer copper-colored coating, and many of those jackets have petals, they call them, on the nose end of the bullet, such that when the bullet enters a tissue, those petals can peel back, which is what happened in this case.
And can you determine anything about the path of a bullet potentially regarding whether or not those petals are pulled back on the jacket of a projectile?
You really can't. You know, assuming the bullet enters nose first, which is typically what happens, as it encounters the tissue, the resistance of the tissue can peel back those petals off of the nose of the bullet, and this is commonly how a bullet like this is designed, that as it expands, the nose of the bullet expands, the petals peel back, it causes greater resistance. So this bullet is now transferring more of its energy to the tissue that it's going into and through, so it creates greater damage. Now, if you find a bullet in the tissues, and if you can determine or maybe assume that the bullet simply went in a straight line and ended pointing in the same direction it was going, well, then the petals of the jacket will be peeled back, showing you that that's the nature of the peeled back in the opposite direction of what the travel of the bullet. Now, on the other hand, if that bullet goes into the tissue, and while it is deforming and the petals are peeling back, that bullet tumbles, turns, in any way isn't facing straight ahead anymore, well, then when you find it in the tissue, the direction of the petals going backwards doesn't reflect the direction of travel of the bullet anymore. So you could have it either way. It may be something that tells you the direction. It may not.
So from looking at the rib and the soft tissue that you examined and the bullet, can you give any type of opinion about the trajectory of the projectile?
No. And in fact, that's consistent with what's in the autopsy report. Given the nature of these remains, which were very severely burned, and we don't have an intact body, we don't have an intact surface, and it was stated clearly in the autopsy report, and I agree with this. We don't know where the bullet entered, we don't know which direction it was going, and we don't have any evidence of distance, what we call range of fire. So no, we can certainly say where that bullet ended up, and I can then provide you opinions based on, depending upon where we believe that bullet came from, what it did or did not do. But no, I can't tell you where that bullet entered.
Okay. And you reviewed Dr. Gooding's report, right?
I did.
Right. And you were aware that in her report she said that based on the peeling back of the bullet that it was a front to back or posterior to anterior. Is that right?
Well, front to back, yes, that would be anterior to posterior.
Okay, there we go.
Let's just go with front to back. That's easier.
All right, thank you. So front to back. Now, since you can't determine if there's an entry wound, can you determine any type of wound path based on what you've reviewed so far?
No, sir.
In your opinion, based on what you reviewed regarding just the rib and the projectile itself, did that projectile enter the body cavity?
Based on where it was located, there is no evidence that permits a conclusion that that projectile did enter the body cavity.
And what would, let me pull up another photo real quick. So, I had asked during her cross-examination, Dr. Gooding, where that bullet was, and she was very adamant that it was on the inside of the rib. Now, based on your photographs and your review of all of these reports, can you tell this jury whether it's on the inside of a rib or the outside of a rib?
It looks to me like it is somewhere between the ribs and maybe just a little bit inside. It's not very deep to that rib at all, though. So it's really still in that chest wall kind of anatomy that I described. It's not inside the body. It's not in the body cavity.
As a forensic pathologist, if something was just barely on the inside of a rib, would you still say that that is inside or outside the body cavity?
My best assessment of this bullet, as it's shown here, it is not inside the body cavity. It's inside the body. It's outside the body cavity.
Now, have you from your review, have you been able to form an opinion about how the bullet may have wound up in that location and not damaged any vital organs?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
This bullet, as I said, is not inside the body cavity as it's recovered. It could have gotten to that location following many different kinds of wound pathways. It is certainly among the many different possibilities that you can have a bullet wound that travels very tangentially. It's shallow in the body wall that enters, stays in the soft tissue outside the body cavity, and ends up in that location. So it could come from many different directions. If it's not a straight-in shot that goes straight from the front directly in, but it comes more from the side, for instance, it could easily, I've seen bullets do this before, it could easily enter, I'm motioning on my own left side of my chest, strike the body at a shallow angle, enter under the skin, stay in the chest wall, travel toward the middle here, end up in precisely that kind of location, and never once enter the body cavity or injure any organs.
Now, did you also examine the skull remains?
Yes, sir.
Right. What did you find from that?
The skull bones had been pretty severely fragmented from the burning process. Dr. Gooding actually did a major job trying to reconstruct as many of the skull bones as she could to put the fragments back together. It was quite a job. And my examination of the skull bones and the photos of her reconstruction tell me that they were all damaged due to the fire. There was no evidence in the skull bones of any other kind of injury. So in other words, there was no positive evidence of a gunshot wound to the head, for instance.
Can you make, based on your review, any findings that there is more than one bullet that Mr. Farris was potentially shot more than one time?
No, there's no positive evidence of any other gunshot wound.
What do you mean by, that's kind of the first time I've heard somebody say that. What do you mean by positive evidence?
I mean, another bone that has what is clearly a bullet hole in it, for instance. Another area of soft tissue with a bullet recovered from it. You know, no actual evidence of damage by a bullet is what I'm referring to.
Okay. And jumping around again, you're familiar with manner of death and cause of death?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what manner and cause of death are?
Cause of death is defined to be the specific process, whether that's a disease or an injury, that sets in motion an unbroken sequence of events that ends with the death of the person, causes the death of the person. So it's pretty much defined by what the words mean. You have to reach a specific conclusion of what it was that ended up causing the death. Manner of death is a construct that we use in medical examiner and forensic pathology practice as a part of the classification of vital statistics. Manner of death is really the circumstantial explanation for how the cause of death occurred. And so manner of death, it's probably easier to understand if I give you what the choices are. The choices are natural, meaning death caused only by natural disease; accident, which is death caused by an injury that was unforeseen or unintended; suicide, which is the intentional taking of one's own life by injury; homicide, which for forensic pathology purposes, this is vital statistics, this is not criminal law. Homicide, for our purposes, means death at the hands of another. You die from an injury caused by another person. And there's no judgment when we say manner of death or homicide, whether it is or is not a crime. That's a whole separate issue. And then the fifth and final choice for manner of death is undetermined. If you don't have enough evidence to make a conclusion to a reasonable medical certainty that it is this one or that one, or if you have evidence that permits more than one of the choices and you can't really separate them, one's likely and one's unlikely, then you can go with undetermined.
From your review of everything that you looked at in this case, can you make to a medical certainty a finding as what the cause of death was for Gary Farris?
I cannot.
And can you state whether or not that well, I'm assuming you can't state whether or not the projectile caused any death.
Right. In fact, that's the point. I cannot tell you to medical certainty that the projectile found in his chest wall soft tissue was the cause of his death, because unfortunately, given the state of his remains, we cannot trace a bullet pathway from one place to another where that bullet ended up. So we do not have evidence that says to any medical certainty that that bullet caused an injury that caused his death. It could have, but just as equally possible, it didn't. So I can't say that that bullet killed him, and I have no evidence that affirmatively allows me to conclude that another bullet entered his body. So under the circumstances of the condition of his remains, I don't have enough evidence to say what killed him. So I don't know what his cause of death was.
So as a medical examiner, if you can't determine cause of death, what do you do?
Well, then you're stuck with admitting the limits of information and what you can do, and you cause of death undetermined.
Okay. So that's a possibility, saying cause of death is undetermined.
Oh, sure. I mean, this is well recognized. Every medical examiner, every forensic pathologist has been through cases like that. They're generally a small percentage of all the deaths that you investigate, but every medical examiner office has a couple or 5% of cases where cause of death, manner of death, or both are undetermined.
How many cases have you had where just you can't determine cause of death?
I haven't kept a record of how many. I mean, it's something I've done on numerous occasions over the years. I'm sure I've had at least one or two in the past year or two, and of course I'm doing a more limited number of autopsies since I'm not a full-time medical examiner anymore. But I've probably had in 40 years at least a couple of dozen cases, maybe more.
Okay. And moving to the manner. Do you have an opinion as to what you could say to a medical certainty regarding the manner of death?
I do.
What is that?
Actually, in this case, in part because we do not have definitive evidence of the cause of death, and in part because, as far as I understand, we do not have definitive evidence of how Mr. Farris ended up in that fire, and we do not have evidence that an accelerant was used to try to burn him up. Frankly, I think the intellectually honest conclusion here is that his manner of death is undetermined as well. I don't really know the circumstances of how and why he died. I don't know the circumstances of how and why his body ended up in that fire. Unfortunately, I mean, it's not real satisfying, but again, I think the intellectually honest answer is I don't know, and that's what an undetermined is for.
And have you had cases in your career where you're saying undetermined cause, undetermined manner?
Sure.
Okay. Have you had any recently?
I think I've had at least one case like that in my West Virginia experience fairly recently, yes.
Okay. Was there a case in Washington where you were undetermined manner, undetermined cause, or something vice versa?
Yes, I've had cases like that. I mean, the most famous case I worked on probably in my whole career was the death of Chandra Levy in Washington, D.C., the federal government intern who disappeared and was found skeletonized in the park about 9 months later in the woods. She was an undetermined cause of death.
Okay. How about manner of death, though?
Actually, I certified her manner of death as homicide.
Okay. And so why could you certify her death homicide but couldn't do Gary Farris's homicide?
Well, in her case, the circumstances actually were quite compelling that she didn't get there and die on her own. She disappeared unexpectedly, mysteriously. She ended up in a part of the woods in a very large urban park where she wouldn't have been otherwise. It's a huge park where people walk and run and hike, but she's on a slope, a wooded slope where people wouldn't go. She's found with, I think, only one article of clothing, her panties. The totality of those circumstances were such that it was clearly much more likely than not that she got there through the acts of another person. And that permitted me to say, again, from the standpoint of cause and manner of death, not a medical examiner doesn't determine crimes, but that her cause of death was undetermined based on the condition of the limited condition of her skeletonized remains, but the circumstances were compelling that she got there through the acts of another person, and so I certified her manner of death as homicide.
And so you can't say that Gary Farris is a homicide because you can't show how he got to the burn pile, evidence of how he was actually on the burn pile, things like that?
Correct.
Okay. And just one more question for the jury. In your expert opinion, what would the manner and cause of death be for Gary Farris?
My opinion is his cause and manner of death are both undetermined.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
All right, Ms. Megan?
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Good to see you again. All right, I want to talk about your consulting first, and then we'll get into the facts of the case, okay?
Sure.
What is your hourly rate for your testimony?
My hourly rate for all the work in this case is $450 an hour. Considering that this is a full-day trip out of town, actually an overnight trip, I have a flat rate of $4,500 for the trial date.
And that is the outstanding fee is still left, or is that part of the $6,600?
That's an outstanding fee.
You advertise your consulting on your website.
I do.
Do defense attorneys contact you directly to consult on cases?
Attorneys contact me directly. That includes criminal defense attorneys, civil attorneys, on occasions prosecutors.
And you mentioned some trainings and teachings, and you mentioned training and teaching attorneys. That would also include defense attorneys maybe in that training as well.
I have, over the years, trained defense attorneys, prosecutors, and civil attorneys.
You mentioned that the majority of your career currently is consulting, and then you do the part-time ME.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
So from your consulting, how much are you making in salary from your consulting?
We're a corporation. I think my corporation pays me about $250,000 a year now, something like that.
So you've mentioned you've testified how many times as an expert?
Some years ago it was over 900, and I've stopped counting basically.
That's criminal and civil?
Criminal and civil, trials, depositions, hearings.
Okay, so not just trials. That's overall. It could be a deposition in a civil lawsuit. You're including that as well?
I am.
Okay, not just jury trials.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know how many times of those you've testified out of the criminal matters were for the defense and then for the government?
I can't give you any numbers on that. I can tell you that in 20 years of government service, I probably had about 500 testimonial appearances in criminal matters called by the government. Since I've become a consultant, it's been a handful of cases where I've testified called by the government in criminal matters. And about half of my cases are criminal and half are civil in my consulting work, so kind of gives you an idea of the distribution.
Sure. All right, I want to talk about gunshot wounds generally. Now, you worked in New York and D.C., so I imagine you've seen a fair share of gunshot wound victims.
I have, yes.
So the seriousness and the damage a gunshot wound causes is dependent upon many factors.
It is.
Is that fair?
Yes.
It could even go towards the type of ammunition used.
That's one of the many factors.
We talked about the peddling of the projectile or mushrooming of the projectile. You said that that causes greater damage.
Yes, the whole purpose of that is such that the bullet continues to impart its energy to the tissues and tends to keep bullets staying inside instead of going through and through.
So the purpose is to transfer energy. You mentioned the energy of the bullet.
Yes, ma'am.
One of those factors, as far as the seriousness or damage of the gunshot wound, is the velocity, how fast it's traveling.
That is indeed one of them.
If it hits something and tumbles or anything like that, could completely change the velocity or speed of the projectile.
If the projectile interacts with an intermediate target before hitting the body, it could change the speed, it could change whether it's flying straight and true. Yes.
Mr. Ray discussed with you the wound path or the entrance wound and exit wound, and dependent upon where the wound enters and where the bullet enters and where the projectile exits, you don't know the amount of damage until you see inside the body, right?
That's correct, yes.
And in those scenarios, you won't know what organs are hit until you open the body.
Most of the time, yes, that's true.
And you have already testified you determine the wound path based upon the exit and entrance wound.
The entrance wound, and if there is an exit wound, will generally define the wound path. The internal examination, especially if the bullet doesn't exit, is the other component of determining the wound path.
And without an entrance wound or an exit wound, you cannot tell where that bullet, the path that bullet took.
Pretty much. I mean, I could probably dream up some kind of oddball exception of some bodies where you may see internal damage without being able to determine entrance or exit on the surface, but for the most part, I think, yes, you're right.
Gunshot wounds can vary in size.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would in turn vary in the damage done to the body.
Well, I guess it depends upon what you mean by size. If I was thinking of size of the wound on the skin surface, the size of the damage internally can be different in different kinds of gunshot wounds, and that would probably more directly relate to your question about the damage, yes?
I want to talk about, you mentioned energy of the bullet entering the body, and it can transfer energy to the rest of the portions of the body. Is that fair to say?
The bullet transfers energy to the tissues it strikes and some of the tissues at some distance from the actual path of the bullet as well.
I have a couple of more, based on your experience and what you've seen out there. Have you ever seen a bullet travel through the body and rest near the surface of the skin without exiting?
I have, yes.
Or even partially exiting, but remaining within the body?
Yes, I've seen that as well. Excuse me.
And when, I don't know if you call them decedents or bodies or patients, I'm not sure the word that you use.
Decedent is a good word.
Okay. When a decedent is sent to you for examination, have you ever experienced where you open the bag that the decedent is in and a bullet has either fallen out of its body or out of its clothing that nobody caught, anything like that?
Yes, I have.
Now I want to talk about this case specifically. You unfortunately did not have any organs to examine in this case.
Correct.
So you can't actually say if organs were damaged or not.
That's true.
And based upon the location of the bullet, I'm going to pull up that lovely diagram that Dr. Gooding made. Gooding 11. The location of the projectile was towards the sternum, correct?
Correct.
And right behind the sternum is the heart and a portion of a lung.
Yes, right behind the sternum is the pericardium, which is the sac surrounding the heart itself, parts of the great vessels, and sometimes a part of the left lung will overlap that in the front.
Have you seen cases where a bullet causes internal bleeding?
Many times, yes.
And even times that there may not be a lot of external bleeding from gunshot wounds.
That can happen, yes.
Now, the bullet itself may not be the only source of the damage to a body. Is that fair to say? So, as far as transferred energy, a rib could become fractured and puncture a lung or something of that nature.
You can have secondary damage, such as bone fragments that are injuring a part of the body, yes.
So right behind the bullet in this case are vital organs.
Yes.
And you've already mentioned the word intercostal. I had that written down in my notes, and that means between the ribs.
It does.
So isn't it true that we have intercostal arteries?
We do.
And a lot of there's an entire vascular system that's located within those muscles, those intercostal muscles.
Well, there is an intercostal artery with its accompanying intercostal vein, one of which runs along the inside of the upper margin in a little groove of each rib. The soft tissues, you said vascular system. Other than those, the soft tissues have very small blood vessels, the capillaries that are microscopic sized, but no other major vessels.
You mentioned in your report, well, let me take you back a little bit. In your testimony, you mentioned that medical examiners look at the context in which they receive a body. So you do investigate to an extent as a medical examiner to determine cause and manner of death.
Or I would prefer to say we do investigate. Period.
You do investigate.
We
Okay.
do.
Okay. And you determine sort of a history of how that body came to you. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say, yes.
Now, you mentioned in your report that it's possible Mr. Farris sustained multiple gunshot wounds.
There are many possibilities for which we don't have evidence. So yes, he has one gunshot wound. He could have had others, but we don't have evidence to determine that.
Okay. So were you unaware of the bullet found in the home that he shares with the defendant with his DNA on it?
No, I was aware of that.
Okay. So that, reasonably speaking, would infer he could have been shot multiple times.
Again, could have been. That actually doesn't determine that he was shot multiple times. But yes, it's a possibility.
Sure. So his soft tissue on a spent bullet, you're saying it's your testimony that that doesn't mean he was shot with that bullet?
Well, his DNA doesn't mean. His DNA could mean that his blood was on that bullet, that he touched that bullet, that that bullet went through a part of his body. There's many possibilities.
But again, we don't know if he was shot more than 2 or 3 or 4 times.
That's exactly the point. We don't know. Nobody knows.
How many total people would you say you've examined on your table before, physically examined?
Well, I'm over 3,000 autopsies, probably at least another 500 external exams. In terms of exams that I have personally done,
Sure.
I mean, that's the best estimate I can give you. I mean, I've seen thousands of other bodies on the autopsy table that I've either been asked to take a look at or consulted or supervised, but my own personal cases were in the 3,000, 3,500 range.
Mr. Ray mentioned this case where a woman was found in the woods, I believe.
She's found in a wooded area in a large urban park.
And you mentioned that that was a unique location that she may have not traveled to herself.
It's not a place where people normally would go, not her or pretty much anybody.
Would you say putting yourself in a burn pile then is a normal place you would go?
No. I mean, It's a possibility, not typical, no.
Okay. Out of the number of individuals that you have examined, what percentage of those, or just a guess, would have included a gunshot wound?
Well, first of all, I have a rule about not guessing under oath,
Sure.
so I won't
infer.
guess. I don't actually have statistics to tell you what percentage of my cases had gunshot wounds. I can tell you I've seen, at the barest minimum, hundreds of gunshot wound deaths that I personally autopsied.
And in those cases, some of them may have been suicides.
Yes?
But out of the ones that weren't, it's fair to say that those other individuals that had gunshot wounds that weren't from a suicide didn't survive.
Anybody who gets to the autopsy table did not survive by definition.
That's exactly right.
First
Okay.
thing they teach you in medical examiner schools, don't do autopsies on live people.
Right. I'm glad you don't. Thank you for that. So knowing that there was a spent bullet in the basement of the home with Mr. Farris's soft tissue on it, a bullet located within his body, and his body being found on a burn pile that in the reports indicate he did not fall onto, but was placed onto. It's still your position that that is not a homicide.
It's my position that the absence of definitive evidence means that an undetermined manner of death is appropriate. To be frank, yes, you have enough circumstances that you've outlined there that somebody could readily defend a conclusion that the manner of death should be homicide. I think we're missing a few pieces of information that I'd much rather have, but I'm not going to testify to you that calling this a homicide is completely illogical or wrong.
Thank you. That's all I have.
But you would still stand by that, based on the information that you've seen, that it's undetermined.
I would much prefer, if I were offering an opinion, if I am offering an opinion, that's my opinion. Undetermined is better.
All right. And just a couple brief follow-up ones. And I just let's just assume that Dr. Gooding's opinion that it is a front-to-back shot and it is a sternal rib end. Tell me where, to the best of your knowledge, where you think on the left side of the body that projectile is on those ribs. And if you look at the photo there, and just kind of guide me.
Right around, you've got the cursor, which is showing as a hand.
Yes.
And leave it right there. You now have that cursor overlying inside the bracket that Dr. Gooding put there, and those sternal ends of those ribs are the front, slightly to the left part of the body. And that is the general area where the tissue fragment with the bullet was found, represents. And so where you've got the hand cursor is, for broad approximation, about where that bullet was.
Okay. So if you're shot straight on and the bullet lodges in between two ribs right there, what kind of trauma are you expecting to see?
I'm expecting to see an entrance wound in the skin surface. I'm expecting to see some damage to the underlying tissues, including those muscles, and I'm expecting to see some bleeding associated with that. And that's probably it. There could be some bruising on the underlying lung, meaning that the impact of the bullet can cause bruising in deeper tissue where the bullet didn't hit, but that's about it.
Yeah. It wouldn't cause death, in your opinion.
If you've asked me to assume it was indeed, as Dr. Gooding opined, the front-to-back shot that ended up in that chest wall in the front, then yes, much more likely than not, it would not cause death. In fact, then in cross-examination, the issue of intercostal arteries was brought up. The intercostal arteries are fairly small, and they arise from your aorta in the back, near the backbone area, and then follow each rib around. Intercostal artery bleeding from the part of the artery in the front is likely to be quite limited. on rare occasions, and I've seen this maybe once or twice in 40 years, an intercostal artery in the back where it's bigger can actually cause fatal bleeding, but that's extremely rare. So I would expect localized hemorrhage in the front, but not fatal bleeding and not fatal injury.
No further questions, Judge.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, sir. Thank you. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ray, Mr. Weaver, anything else?
That's all, Your Honor. The defense will rest.
Any rebuttal from the state?
No rebuttal, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is now closed. I'm going to take this time to remind you once again, we are at a critical stage in the proceedings. The evidence is closed. You're not to look up anything about the case, talk to anyone about the case, and I'm going to give you some more instructions when I dismiss you in just a couple of minutes. Once again, we're revising the schedule. I had promised the attorneys that I would give them a full day to prepare their closing arguments, which I anticipate is going to take about 2 hours for each side. They're going to give you most of them are going to do a PowerPoint presentation of some sort, and to get their slides together for that. They have agreed, based upon our discussions after I dismissed you yesterday, that if we broke by about 10:30 this morning, which we are going to do, that they could take the rest of today to prepare their closing statements, and that we would be able to do closing statements tomorrow. So everything I told you yesterday has been updated, and you can't go off to work or whatever you want to do tomorrow. We're going to do closing statements and jury charge, and then y'all will begin deliberations. Before we do that, I'm going to take a minute of personal privilege. The attorneys in this case have done a remarkable job presenting this case to you in a timely fashion. This case could easily have gone on for another week or two. And each time I announced my anticipated timeline, they worked to parse it down further, maybe based upon y'all's reaction to my proposed timeline. There easily could have been several more days of crime lab testimony, which they agreed to stipulate to the reports, to have one witness testify to things that witness didn't necessarily test, but knew enough about to present the information to you. They stipulated to the admission of a lot of the evidence in the reports. They didn't make unnecessary objections, and although we still sit you out numerous times, it could have been a lot more. Each of these attorneys has tried a jury trial in front of me or more. They've handled many more cases in front of me and appeared in front of me dozens of times, and each of them are outstanding lawyers. The Friday first week of trial, I don't know if you knew what we were doing after we broke, but we went next door to Judge Baker's courtroom because my courtroom is a disaster, and we swore in a new lawyer. And they're going to take photographs, and so we didn't want all this stuff in front of them. And so I asked each of the attorneys to come next door and participate in the ceremony with me. And as part of that ceremony, I had them each read a section of what's called the Lawyer's Creed, which is a set of aspirational guiding principles that lawyers should follow as members of the bar and of our profession, and they should treat opposing counsel with respect and courtesy and to act professionally. I want to commend each of you, Mr. Fogus, Ms. Frankish, Mr. Ray, Mr. Weaver, for embodying the words and spirit of those aspirational goals. The stakes in this case could not be higher. However, they did not let that pressure get to them. They've also had to try this case knowing that thousands of people are watching this case online and scrutinizing every minute of it and what each of them say and what each of them do. They didn't ask for this trial to be broadcast or for cameras to be in the courtroom. And none of us are used to being on TV and now have been made aware of our individual quirks, idiosyncrasies, and the number of times that we say or in a given day. They have done their best to ignore the media and not to play to the camera, but to present the case to you. They've treated each other and the witnesses in the court professionally and with respect. I appreciate it. I acknowledge it. I want to specifically do that in front of you, the jury. Thank you to each of you. I'm also doing this today because things might get a little heated tomorrow. Closing argument to be expected can be emotional, and I anticipate that they will continue to do their job to the best of their ability. All right. So again, thank y'all for that. Let's talk about the rest of the week. All right, we're going to do closing and charge tomorrow morning. As I said, I anticipate it's going to be lengthy. The case I tried right before I started with you, I had 3 defendants and the state, and each of them took an hour in that case. Because this is a murder case, I'm going to give each side 2 hours. But using that as my guide, by the time we got started, by the time we took breaks throughout each of their closing statements, and by the time I gave the charge to the jury, it was 2:30. And the jury had not eaten lunch. So we're not going to do that again. What I'm going to attempt to do tomorrow is for us to begin. The state gets the opportunity to open and conclude closing arguments. So the state will begin. They may go 30 to 45 minutes to start with. Then I'll let Mr. Ray or Mr. Weaver go for about an hour. They may want to split up their closings. I'm going to get the lawyers. Sometimes judges get caught up and only let one lawyer talk. I'm going to let whoever wants to talk on their side talk as much as they want. Or not as much as they want, but I'm going to limit it to about 2 hours. So at an appropriate time in the middle of defense's closing, we will break for 15 minutes, give y'all an opportunity to stretch your legs. We'll then conclude closing statements for the defense. At that point, I'm going to attempt to do a 30-minute lunch break. We're going to order pizza in, give y'all a chance to take a short break, eat something. Then the state's going to conclude closing arguments. If we need another break after their conclusion before I give you the instructions that I'm going to give you, which is going to be another 40 minutes, we'll take another break then if we need to. At that point, y'all will have the case. Now, we have to gather all the evidence and present it to you. We're going to try to do some of that today and get it somewhat organized and get y'all listed the exhibits and that kind of stuff for tomorrow. So that's something else the state and the defense are going to work on. When y'all begin deliberations, my general rule is I let the jury determine how long you're going to be here and as late as you want to stay and when you want to come back the next day. I will offer suggestions to you and try to guide you somewhat, but for the most part, I let the jury make that determination. I think I have told y'all that we have been here till 2:30 in the morning before. That was the jury's call. If y'all want to stay tomorrow night, y'all are welcome to stay. If y'all stay past 6:30, 7 o'clock, we'll order some food in for you. If y'all decide after hearing closing statements that y'all just need a break for the day, that's fine too. We will be here the rest of the week and into next week if y'all need it. We will try to break a little. I'm going to suggest on Thursday, if y'all are deliberating most of the day Thursday, that we try to get out of here a little bit early on Thursday because it's Halloween and traffic will be terrible and everyone has kids and other activities planned for the day. So again, we have Friday and we have into next week, which is what I originally told y'all thought the case would do. Other things, just to give you an idea, when we start deliberations, the bailiffs are going to take your devices away from you and they will be put in a box and they'll be left in the hallway during your deliberations while you're here in the jury room. I will give you an opportunity before y'all start deliberations to call home and say, we're starting deliberations. And you won't hear from me again until A, we have a verdict, or B, we decide to break for the evening. And then I'll be on the way home. And then that will be the case throughout the remainder of the deliberations as long as that takes. That way there's no mischief going on with your devices. There'll be separate instructions for the alternates. Y'all may believe that you know who the alternates are, but that information that you may have gotten off the clerk's website may or may not be accurate. I will talk to the alternates tomorrow and give them a separate set of instructions. Any questions from y'all as to what your schedule is for the rest of the week? All right, y'all be here at 8:45 in the morning. We'll start closings as close to 9 o'clock as we can. There may be some things we need to get set up and make sure the equipment's working, but we'll try to get started as close to 9 as we can. And then I anticipate, like I said, it will be most of the day. We'll stand up and stretch as needed. We'll take breaks as needed, and hopefully y'all will have the case by early afternoon. All right? With that, y'all can be excused.
All right, guys. So there we have it. The case. It's done. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about what we heard, what you heard today, and what what the defense's strategy is. I think in this case, because I think you saw it on display, and for many people who watch these trials, they think this is about a search for the truth, or that a trial is about a search for the truth. However, that's somewhat correct. It's about the state showing what they believe to be the truth. But what you're seeing on display from the defense of Melody Farris is they're not trying to figure out the truth. What they're trying to do is show that that there's doubts about the state's case and that the state doesn't know what happened. And that is going to be the theme, I believe, tomorrow when you hear the defense close. They are going to tell the jury, we don't know what happened. And that was the point of this expert. Many of you may be scratching your head going, why in the world did the defense put this expert on? What did he really bring to the table? What he brought to the table is, we don't know. And that is going to be the theory. That is going to be the theme of the defense's closing, is we're at the end of this case and we don't know. That's why they didn't put Melody Farris on, because they did not want to shift any burden to her. Because I think what we all know is Melody Farris has to know what happened in this case. Okay? If you look very carefully at this evidence, at this case, at what happened in this case, at what the state showed us, what they showed us is that whoever was on that property from the 3rd to the 4th into the evening of the 4th had to have an idea that something was happening. That fire had to be roaring all night long. Okay? We know now, if you go back and you comb through the evidence that was presented by the state, what we know for certain at this point is Gary Farris was alive up until 9:36 p.m. And we know that. How do we know that? Because the cell phone data tells us he was at Catch 22 or leaving Catch 22 and re-entering his home at 9:36. We know that more likely than not, sometime between 9:36 and midnight, he most likely passed away and died. Why do we know this? Because we know he never went on to the CPAP machine again, and we know that he never slept again. So those are definites. What we don't know is what happened between 9:36 and midnight, or 1 p.m. or 1 a.m. But we also know Melody Farris was calling Rusty. We know Scott Farris was called back to the home by Melody Farris. Okay. And what the defense is going to do with all this is they're going to say, even if you think she was involved, you have to, it doesn't mean she shot him, and she's not charged with cleaning up a scene. She's not charged with helping to dispose of things. She's charged with committing this crime. This is what you're going to hear from the defense. I am quite confident, because this is the direction they've taken it. This will be a very interesting deliberation for the jury, because you're going to have a jury that is going to have to deal with the fact that this person probably knows something, probably did something, but it's a factor of whether the state can prove the case. So I see there, Hannah, you say, I disagree. She knew what happened. Well, here's why I say she had to know what happened. Okay. Because there's a couple things that indicate she had to know what happened. Number one, Gary Farris was not alive past the third. Why do we know this? The CPAP machine. And let me just tell you, I have a CPAP machine. Believe it or not, I don't look like somebody who have, but I have a CPAP machine. My mom has one. She's a small lady, but I have a CPAP machine. I have to sleep with it. Sleep apnea runs in my family, and I don't sleep without it. I wouldn't go without it. I don't lay my head down. Once I started using a CPAP machine, I needed to get a good night's rest. And Gary Farris is the same way. So the fact that Gary Farris never used his CPAP machine ever again tells you Gary Farris was not alive past the third, or at least he never went to sleep again past the third. Now, it doesn't tell us when. It doesn't tell us how, because I'm inclined to believe, given Gary's past habits, that Gary would have gone home on the third. He already told Chris he was planning to do a burn pile. And Gary comes home and says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and burn some stuff tonight. So when this happened, what time it happened, again, we have no idea. What we do know is that the neighbors said they smelled a burn pile happening in the evening time around 10, 11 o'clock at night. Okay. And that it was burning throughout the night, and they were aware of it. We know Scott is called back to the house. Now, what I think may have happened, if you're looking at all the evidence, one theory on this would be that Scott was called back to the house because his father was burning a burn pile. The mom would have been worried about it potentially. And she calls him and says, Scott, get back here. Your dad's burning a burn pile, and I think you need to come back. Something along those lines. He says it was about horses. I think it was about the burn pile, because we all know Gary Farris had a history of burning stuff up. So she says, I don't want your dad tending to this burn pile alone. As a result, I believe he came home. I believe that, again, what did we hear from the alarm person? And this is what we know, that when they work together on anything, that when Scott comes home, he's been drinking, he's pissed off, he's mad, he's just got called away from the lake, and he's coming home to confront his dad. What the hell are you doing, Dad? Why are you burning a burn pile this time of night? Perhaps Melody starts to call Rusty because, she's calling him and something happens. I think Rusty knows what happened. I think he knows more about what happened. And I think something goes down between Scott and his dad. It boils up over. They get into it. Perhaps Scott goes and grabs the gun that was downstairs. Perhaps Scott has the gun upstairs. But something happens. He loses his temper, and he shoots his father. Now they have a problem. Now Gary ends up in the burn pile. Perhaps Melody never knows, but I think she had to have had an idea. There was a text to Rusty that we didn't expect it to so much to be left, or something to that effect. So I think she becomes aware of it. And I think her and Scott start working together. And that's why you see Scott stays up all night long. He knows he's got to go to golf. Melody stays until about 1 o'clock. Scott returns a couple hours later, and he's tending to the fire. And they're in shifts. Now, when the body gets discovered, and if you look at Amanda Farris's behavior, or says his behavior, he's menacing. He's up there. He's mad. And they discover, or Melody directs, depending on who you believe, directs Amanda to the potential. Is there a goat in this burn pile or in this burn pit? Scott, what is this? And Scott comes over and immediately starts freaking out. And then he decides, once this is all getting discovered, within 13, 14, 15 minutes, he starts to try to pin this on Mom. That's the key. That's one of the tells right here. That's one of the tells right here. he starts to turn on her because he realizes she might turn on him. He's worried. So he immediately wants to start to shift this to her. And what I would say is that the bullets were outside. Maybe he collected them up. Maybe he picked them up. Who the hell knows? But he drops that bullet inside. He drops that bullet inside the house. And he starts telling the police about a gun because he knows his dad was shot. And he starts directing the attention to his mom because he wants to get that farm, just like he told the alarm guy. Just like he told the alarm guy. He couldn't wait till they were gone. Well, Hannah B, what options would she have but to say go look for him? But she's not going to believe that the granddaughter's going to the burn pile because she's going to tell the granddaughter stay away from the burn pile. Okay. She knew if she knows he's in the burn pile, and again, the outlier phone calls tell you that she knew something was happening that night. That's why you know she was involved to some extent. But again, what they're going to say, what they're going to do, the way this defense is going to present it is they're going to remind that jury that, listen, we can't say for certain if she did it. Even if she was there, even if she knew, even if she was aware Scott did it, it's possible. That doesn't mean that she's guilty of doing it herself. And I believe at this particular moment, the defense believes that this jury is going to say, I still don't know what the hell happened. And that's reasonable doubt. As they're going to explain to the jury that not knowing the cause of death, not knowing how he died, not knowing where he died, those are key elements. Particularly the cause of death is key because the state's got to be able to prove that. So if they can raise doubt as to how he died, as to the cause of death, was it a gunshot? Was it fire? What was it? Again, that is reasonable doubt. And here's the thing that a lot of people don't understand about a criminal trial. And the state likes to add a lot of smoke around this one key aspect. And that is when the state brings a case against a citizen, they are required to prove that case beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden is on the state. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt, with no doubt left as to what happened, that no reasonable person is going to say, well, could it have been Scott? Could Scott have been involved? Could this have happened? Could that have happened? Now, here's what I believe the state is hoping for, right? I believe the state is hoping, and this is why they went after Melody, because they know Scott is never going to confess. Rusty was a weak link, but he gave them enough to arrest Melody. But they know Rusty wasn't present that night. So they know anything Rusty would say would not be strong enough necessarily to do anything with as far as getting Scott. My belief, and if you look at the way the judge was even acting, and the judge obviously has been involved in this case for 6 years. He knows this case inside and out. There are things that were never presented to the jury. They know about the polygraph test. They know about things we don't even know. That judge believes Scott was involved. 110%. So that's called hearsay on your part. Your narrative and opinion. Are you trying to write a movie script? Stop. That unique me. That's not called hearsay. Hearsay would be a statement made outside of court or a statement made by another as a statement of fact. What I'm stating is a theory and a hypothesis. I have an idea of what the defense is going to say, unique me, because I have been around criminal defense attorneys my entire life. Okay. I absolutely have a fantastic idea based on what I'm seeing and based on the strategy that they're employing and based on the fact that they called the witnesses that they called. So that is absolutely what they're going to say and what they're going to argue to the jury. It's why they didn't put her on the witness stand, because they can't put her on the witness stand because they know she knows more than what they know. She knows stuff. They know she can't get on that witness stand. And most importantly, they don't want this to be a case about, do you believe Melody or not? They're doing what good defense attorneys do, because this is not about do you believe Melody or not. This is about do you believe the state's case meets the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. And they want to make sure that jury is focused only on that, because the focus isn't on Melody in this case, it's on the state. And that is something that a lot of people lose. A lot of people are looking in this case and they're looking over at Melody and they're making, do you believe her? Do you believe she did this? Do you think she? That's not what it's about. This is about, in a criminal trial, is always about, do you believe in the state's evidence? Does the state's evidence prove what they tell you happened? What they're saying happened? Does it meet the standard and elements of malice murder in Georgia? Does it prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she shot him in cold blood, took that body, put him in the burn pile, and did it all on her own? That she did it inside that house, and that she then got him somehow out of the house without getting blood on the furniture, on the floor, or anywhere else. And they have never once, the state is not going to argue tomorrow, the state will not be arguing tomorrow that he was at the burn pile or that he started the burn pile. But what you have to believe is that between 9:30 and we'll say 11:30 when Scott, it's 11:30, 11:45 when Scott arrives back, that she shoots him, starts the burn pile, hauls his body down, puts him on that burn pile, and Scott is none the wiser on any of it. And then not only that, but that we're then is that Scott then is just the next morning doesn't see a roaring fire, isn't worried about the fire, doesn't say a word about the fire, doesn't testify about anything about talking about the fire. And he goes and he's tending to his animals, and he's more worried about the horses and the goats, and comes in on the 4th and tells her, listen, you've got to stop. And she just, and he has no concern whatsoever about that burn pile anymore. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't even fit with how anyone in the family has said Scott's acted or been, or make any sense with the fact that Gary has a reputation for burning things down. Scott would have been, but Scott doesn't want to put himself around that burn pile. But what we know is Scott would have absolutely been concerned about that burn pile. Scott would have been going to his dad saying, what the hell? There's no way in the world Scott is at that house for 2 days and doesn't go seek out his father and doesn't go say, what the hell's going on here? There's a burn pile here that's burning. That doesn't make sense. Well, that's exactly correct, Kelly Stevens. That's exactly correct. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it and only she did it, since that's their theory. Now, if they were charging her working with others, they wouldn't have to do that. But their theory is she did it and only she did it, and that Scott is out gallivanting around town. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It really is. But what they're hoping is that the state is going to, or that the jury is going to get back to that jury room and is going to be uncomfortable letting her walk out the door, and they're going to believe, okay, she's a bad person. She's over at she's cheating on her husband left and right. She's going to the Jamaica swingers club or whatever the heck it was, and she's doing all these things. And it's like, this is a bad woman. This is a woman that doesn't care about her husband. She wanted out. But the reality of the situation is listen, she left him in 2014 and took $50,000. Okay. If she wanted to go kill him, she would have done it years ago. Not now. As you heard from Amanda Farris, they just had their little, this was their dance. This was their life. This is what Gary was like, okay. And Gary, again, the point of the lady yesterday, while yes, this lady, he did not sleep with this lady, he was still pursuing other people, had pursued other people, had outside relationships. She has outside relationships. Now, when she stepped over or went beyond, he would get upset. And of course, Gary, as in any situation, when all they see is money there, and he's got to make sure that nobody overspends to the point that if there's taxes due, if there's bills due, if there's this, if there's that he makes sure that the spending doesn't become an unlimited situation. But he was happy with where he was at. I mean, he wasn't happy, but I don't think necessarily 100%, but he was happy enough that he wasn't leaving and she wasn't leaving, and she was able to run off to Tennessee whenever she wanted. And she's going to go end that. and end up where she's at right now, impoverished. She has no ability whatsoever to get any more money. And you say, okay, well, it's about the life insurance. Well, that's that life insurance money with her lifestyle and what she needed and how, and to finance that lifestyle would finance her lifestyle for about 1 to 2 years living in that house and living that life. Okay. So this was not, she wasn't going to be on his pension. There wasn't going to be, or something like that where she was going to have a continuous flow of income. She needed him to work as a lawyer and be there and have that money coming in. And as most attorneys do in that situation, he would have worked his entire life because he was tied into that lifestyle. He was tied into having to generate money in order for life to operate. So, that to me is another fact that the jury's going to look at and say this doesn't make any sense. And many of you say, "Oh, well, the son, that was his that was his that was his ticket to ride." It wasn't going to be his ticket to ride anymore. He had put all signs were pointing that Gary was getting tired of Scott. He had told Scott things are going to change. If the farm ever got sold, which is what Gary was implying might happen potentially at some point because it was becoming a lot. But the mom was getting frustrated with Scott being there, not doing what he was supposed to be doing, living off them. He was put on his own checking account. Why is that? Because they didn't want Scott to know what was in the account, and they didn't want him to have the ability to just go spend unlimited. So Gary would put a certain amount of money in there and say, "There you go, Scott." And the bottom line was the relationship was not good between Scott and his parents. It wasn't good between the other brother, Chris, and his parents, because it all circulated around money. Now, as we've seen many times and many, throughout the years, we've seen other cases where kids have killed their parents because they got tired of being yelled at, being talked to in certain ways, being talked down to, and they end up lashing out and doing something. This was a young man who's 30, 40 years old. He's tired. I guess he's in his 40s because I think he said he was born on the witness stand. I think he was born in the 1980. But this is a guy who, again, in front of the alarm man, made that gentleman feel uncomfortable. This is a guy who gets so upset because that older guy that testified yesterday for the defense, the bald man, he chases him in his car. What does that tell you about Scott? He's got a temper. That's what the point of all that was. Scott is not this nice guy who everybody thought, "Oh man, what a nice young man he is up on the stands." Vinny Politan investigates. A lot of people did not like the behavioral analyst that came on there, but the behavior analyst did not favorably review Scott's testimony. And he used qualifiers. Absolutely. I absolutely did not do this. That was a telltale sign, just like the behavior analyst said. I picked up on it right away when I was watching it. You don't need to say absolutely unless you, for some reason, believe that you're not going to be believed, and you're convincing yourself when you're saying it because you don't believe your word alone is enough. And the reason why is because he knows he was involved, because he knows he was involved in this. He had to be involved in it. It makes no sense that he wouldn't have been involved in it. Now, the only question is to what extent was Melody involved in it, and what was her role, and what happened. And that we're never going to know. I don't think we're going to know really what happened with Scott. I think the only way we might know, and this is what the state, I think, is hoping and angling for, is if the jury were to convict her and she goes to prison, I believe she will turn on Scott and tell what she knows, because I believe she knows a lot more than what we think. And I believe she knows what happened that day, obviously, because she was there. Because there's two people that were on property besides Gary Farris after 9:36 p.m. on the 3rd. And the truth lies with them. 2 of them are alive. 1 of them is dead. And that's exactly right, Nikita. And that's why I'm saying that was the point. There's doubt all over this case. And again, many of you may not think, may think to yourselves, wow, that's going to be difficult. Do we really think this? I will tell you, yes, that will happen. There was a case right here in my hometown. My dad was involved in representing the contract kill. He represented the contract killer. He represented the guy that was contracted to kill the wife of a very prominent businessman in my area. He opted not to represent the businessman. However, the businessman went on trial twice. First trial was a mistrial. The jury couldn't come back. The second trial, he was found not guilty. And it was not because everyone in town suspected he did this, but the defense raised doubt as to whether or not the contract killer was really contracted or not, or whether he just decided to commit a robbery when he was there to do home repairs. And there was even money transferred. But the bottom line was, and things happened to where there was contacts between this guy. But when the jury got back to the jury room, there was doubt. There was reasonable doubt as to whether or not that man was involved. It took 2 trials for him to be acquitted, but he ultimately got acquitted because the jury did not feel that they could say beyond a reasonable doubt that this man contracted someone to kill his wife, even though the guy had a mistress, even though the guy was cheating on his wife, even though a divorce would have been costly. All of these factors that the state came in and said, this is why this guy is guilty. This is why you should believe it. But the defense went in and said, no, this gentleman here had a history of doing home invasions and robberies, and he was here and he was running a handyman service, and this guy hired him, and that's why you see the money being done to go fix things around the house. And ultimately, the jury found the husband not guilty after 2 trials because there was too much doubt. And juries will take this very serious when they go back to that jury room as far as looking at this case and looking at the doubt and looking at whether or not something like establishing the cause of death, the timeline, the fact that, yes, there was suspicious behavior, but there are other explanations for that suspicious behavior, and the state has not provided proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she was the one that did this, that she was the one that pulled the trigger. Except TNT, the part you're missing, though, TNT, is the state's not going to argue to the jury that he was shot and fell on the burn pile. Their theory that they're going to argue to the jury is that he was shot in that house, that she used the tractor, I believe the tractor is what they're trying to imply, to drag him out there. And the problem with that is you have a 300-pound man inside this house that, under the state's theory, she somehow lifts this 300-pound man, doesn't get blood all over there's no drag marks, there's no massive amounts of blood. I mean, this guy's shot and bleeding out inside the house, and we have a couple of drops going down the steps. Now, I understand your theory is she shoots him at the burn pile, and that very well could have happened. My theory is the shooting happened outside, but the state's theory is not that, and the state is not going to argue that. I mean, maybe they're changing it up, but what they argue, what they presented to the jury in opening statements, and it will not look good for the state to change their theory, because if they change their theory of the crime, the defense is going to be all over that, because once again they're going to say, well, does the state is admitting they don't know what happened. First they tell you it happened in the house, now they're telling you it happened outside the house, now they're telling you it happened at the burn pile. We don't know what happened, and the state doesn't get to come in and convict somebody and put them away for life when they don't know what happened, because they just showed you that, and that's what the defense will do with that. So the state is stuck with it happening in the house, and the defense is okay with that, because something simple like that is doubt, because where it happened, when it happened, how it happened, all of that is doubt, because the state doesn't get to just come in and say it could have happened this way, it could have happened that way. Its bottom line is he was shot. Well, okay, but then where? To show that what do you mean? So you're saying she just creates a burn? Well, yeah. So then how does the timeline match up then that we know she's calling Scott to come home at 10:45? So what does she do? She just decides I'm going to go out and do a burn pile. And I mean, obviously the insinuation here is that she shoots him. If she shoots him in the house, why the hell would you shoot him in the house? Unless it was an argument that it was ensuing and she pulls a gun out and shoots him because she's had enough. Just like the explosion over the plate. But then you go, okay, then she's going to decide, okay, I'm going to call Rusty and I'm going to go get the burn pile started. Scott's already locked in his story to say the burn pile was already going at that time. So then we're going to believe that she's going to go out, get this burn pile started, have him in the house, drag him there, and then call Scott by, I believe the call came in at 10:30 something or 10:45. And we know he was leaving Catch 22 at 9:36 or walking back in the door. He's either leaving or walking back in the door at the house at 9:36. But sometime between 9:30 and 10, Gary is arriving back from Catch 22. And as you can see, that's it right there, Nikki. When we talk about it, nobody knows what the hell happened. You can't send a case back to a jury like this. I mean, the state is basically just hoping that the jury's going to go back like the chat has, I've seen out here, and like we would do if we're sitting around and start hypothesizing and filling in holes. But in a court of law, you can't do that. In a court of law, if a case goes back to a jury and you're sitting back in the jury room doing that and having to hypothesize and say, and believe you me, it will happen. But what we have to count on and hope that the defense and these skilled attorneys have put people on that jury in the jury selection process. Because as my dad used to say, you win a case, the case is won and lost in two places: pretrial hearings, motions and rulings about evidence that's coming in and staying out, in jury selection. After that, the case is decided. The jurors you pick and the pretrial determinations are going to have a huge impact on how that trial outcome is going to go, and it's going to affect about 95% of the trial. Then you're going to have the trial. But what that jury sees and who is seeing it is the two biggest factors that are going to go in to how this plays out. So we have to assume these are not public defenders. These are skilled attorneys with probably 15 to 20 years of trial experience. They know how to pick a jury. And if they know how to pick a jury, then they have picked jurors that would be that are going to take the law very serious. They're going to take the presumption of innocence very serious. They're not going to take it lightly, and they're going to hold the state to that presumption, and they're going to hold the state to their burden, and that's a very significant thing. That's a very, very significant thing. So, like I said, this is a very tough case in terms of the fact that, this could be a guilty verdict still, right? I mean, looking at it legally, should it be a guilty verdict? No. The state has left too much doubt on the table as to what happened. There is a viable other suspect. His name is Scott Farris, and I'm not going after him because I don't know who Scott Farris is. I'm just saying the evidence-wise, the timeline. When you tighten that timeline up, and the state tightened that timeline up on their own, they presented that witness and decided to bring in the cell phone data to tighten that timeline up and tell us what we needed to know to say, listen, we know Scott Farris when he arrived on the property. We know he was there by like 11, somewhere around 11:30ish, I believe. If I went back and carefully rewatched that cell phone analyst, because that was extremely important testimony, because it locks in a timeline, and it's in that timeline a lot of doubt starts to happen, because we start to realize the things that had to happen in that time frame. Now, when you stretch that out, if Scott shoots his dad, Melody becomes aware of it, and he says, "Mom, listen, this happened," and she begins to assist him because it's her son. And she calls Rusty and says, "Oh my God," and there's talks and conversations. And I mean, who knows what's happening at that moment. What we do know is there's a flurry of activity that happens between midnight and 2 a.m. Why did that happen? Was she trying to create an alibi for herself? Was she because she knew Scott's out there burning a body? What was the deal? Why did she decide to call Rusty at 2 a.m. in the morning? Was she telling Rusty what was going on and saying, I'm free of him, Rusty. I can't believe this. And he's on the burn pile. And Rusty's giving her instructions and talking to her. Remember, the burn pile idea. Where does it come from? There's one guy who's telling you, who's got a guilty conscience, who's just just can't help himself but to spit out all this information. He's telling the 911 person, I know about burn piles because I was in Iraq. So who would have come up with the idea once he shot his dad? Well, I'm putting him in the burn pile. And he rolls him in the burn pile. And he's telling his mom what needs to happen. And he stays up all night tending to that burn pile, making sure that it stays up, throwing the, what is the mosquito repellent that was citronella on there. He is putting things on that fire to make it hotter because he knows he needs to do that because he's been in a war zone where people did this stuff, where they burn bodies. So he's tending to that. And then he says, I've got to go show up, Mom. I've got to go to golf. You're going to have to tend to this. And, you know, she's literally in a position to where it's like, oh my God, am I going to, I mean, and some might say, well, if she would have known about this, wouldn't she have maybe turned him in? I don't think so. I don't think on the outset. Because at first, it was like she got lawyers and everybody, all the boys were supposed to stay in one unified front. And had they all stayed together in one unified front, I don't think you certainly wouldn't have had this trial. Because Rusty's statement alone, it might have been enough to get an arrest warrant, but I don't think it would have been enough for them to say, let's conduct an entire trial. And then, but you see, he's starting to shift. He's starting to get worried. Moments after this body's found, when he says, I'll call 911. Chris was going to call 911. Remember, he testifies, no, he says, no, I'll call. Because Scott was worried. I mean, Scott at that point is freaking out. Why is he freaking out? Because, I mean, he knows his dad's body's in a burn pile. It's either him or his mother. He knew that at that moment. It's not Mom who starts talking about guns or pushing this or doing that. She's just kind of staying silent and going like, oh my God. And it's very possible she might not have even known. Whatever happened between him and his dad, he may have gone out there and she may have been on the phone talking with her lover and having a conversation and never actually known. But I find it hard to believe because she's on that property with that burn pile. And this is why she had to be involved, because she's on that property with a roaring burn pile from 6 till 1. We know she's down by the burn pile because someone's taking Gary's phone down to the burn pile. We know Melody's in that range. I think her phone even pinged in it. So we know she was near the burn pile. There's a body burning in there. Why is she down there? Because Chris leaves and she gives Chris the card. He goes up to go get money and she knows. And perhaps that's why she slipped up and used the top up, because she did. She topped up, and we know that. We saw that with a cell phone analyst. And she slipped up on that because by then he's already gone, which tells you she had knowledge that he was gone. And it's those little things that the state is going to try to argue that's going to say this jury is going to think she had to be involved. And then that's going to cause them to say, well, we can't just let her walk away, so we're going to have to convict her of something. She did it. True Seeker says she did it. Well, listen, I agree with that one thing that I just saw there. None of them talked about finding a real killer. You're 100% right. Because, see, that's an interesting thing too. Because neither did the mom and neither did the son. Because I'm telling you, they did it together. Look, I'm sorry for some of you who are having a hard time understanding the timeline and understanding how this thing had to happen and understanding the evidence. They presented a case against Scott and Melody in this courtroom. They put Scott on the witness stand and they let him speak ad nauseum for hours without objection, without protection, and just wanted him to talk. Why? Because they now have a story that he is locked into, and the state is happy with that. Because the state's strategy in this case is to convict Melody, turn her on Scott, and then Scott is stuck with his story, which they can then chip away with once they get Melody telling what really happened. Because Scott's putting himself at the scene at certain times that he's locked into, and he can't reverse that now. That was their strategy. And the other kids, Chris, he had nothing to do with this, I don't believe. He was there with his daughter. I don't think he had anything to do with it. He's got an alibi. His phone is nowhere in the vicinity or section of where it would be unless he left the phone at home, which is possible, but why would he do that? I don't think he had anything to do with this. I don't believe the daughters had anything to do with this. Scott, the brooding son. Scott, the guy who's upset, who's tired of being treated like he is a second-rate citizen, who's tired of being yelled at by his dad, who's tired of being told to go do work, who's tired of being threatened and told, leave then, Scott. Go off on your own. Scott has failed at everything. Scott's failed at the Scott gets, he gets downsized from the military. He can't become a police officer. He's mad at life. He's pissed off. He's got a successful dad who's got all this money and he's sitting on a farm as a farmhand. And he's like, you know what? If my parents just got out of the way, I could own this farm, run this farm, and life would be fantastic. And these assholes have to do this. He's at the lake. Daddy starts the burn pit. He gets another call from mom and says, your father started a burn pit again, Scott. You need to get your ass home here. Stop being out there because somebody needs to watch this fire that your daddy started. So what does Scott do? He comes home. He is mad. He is furious. He's up to his ears. He's been drinking a little bit. And he's like, God damn it, Dad, you starting a burn pile? And of course, Scott has plans, of course, to be out the next day with his friends. He's got plans to do things. And he's like, damn it. So what's he do? He comes home and he runs down to that burn pile and he confronts his dad. What are you doing, Dad? It is whatever. You're going to burn something. And what happens? Dad shoots back at him. How do we know that's how they interact as father and son? Because it's so bad with how they interact with each other. It's so bad that it comes out when they're around an alarmed person. The text messages are demanding. The text messages are disrespectful. Bring me my card now. And that's when he says, son, listen, you don't like it? Get the hell off the property. And that's when Scott goes and absolutely just loses his shit. Maybe he goes in and grabs the gun that he found that he gave a tell in, and he pulls that gun out. Or he goes up and he grabs the 357, which is now missing, which he can't explain, which there's no police report for. And he comes out and he says, you're not going to talk to me that way. And Gary comes out and says, what are you going to do with that, son? And he says, I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to talk to me that way. And whatever. And Scott, bam, bam, shoots him. Rolls his ass in the burn pile. Melody's upstairs in her blissful throne talking to Rusty. Maybe she gets involved. Maybe she doesn't. We don't know at that point. But now he's in the burn pile. Scott stays up all night tending to that burn pile. Now, what the question becomes then, Melody, we know, had to be up near that burn pile during the day. So the question would be then, how would you explain that she wouldn't have been down there wanting to know where Big Daddy was at that time? So she has to be informed at some point, I shot Daddy, and he's in the burn pile. And if you don't want to go in the burn pile, Melody, you need to help me, or something to that effect. Or it was an accident, or there was a struggle, or whatever he tells her. But he tends to fire. She is definitely aware something happened. She is aware of that fire, and that fire had to be tended to because she tells Amanda she's out working in the yard. There's a big fire going on in her backyard. Or maybe the fire's already out. Maybe he roars it all night long and the fire's already out and Melody just goes out and she's working. And maybe she walks up to the burn pile. But the question is, why is Gary's phone moving all around that property in that morning? What's happening with that? Well, Jenny Lee Days on the idea of shooting him in the garage, there's no evidence, though, that he was shot in the garage. There would be blood. There would be blood where the shooting happened in terms of he would fall on the ground. There would be smears, and he's a big guy. So and there would have been much more blood. There would have been much more than a drop of DNA there on the ATV. Let's see here. So that would be the, that to me makes sense from the standpoint of why there would be no evidence in the house of a shooting, because I believe the blood that was on that step was from when he got bit by the dog. I think that's pretty clear. I think that that's where that came from, because there's other family members who said it was a pretty bad bite. But I think that that is much likelier what happened as far as Gary's death. Now, what the mom knew or didn't know at that time, who knows? But I think that Scott did this. 110% did this. I don't think she did this as far as shooting him. I think she helped Scott in the cover up. I think she, again, and the reason why I say that she had to have been involved in this to some level is because of the fact that she was the only one on the property on the morning of the 4th who could have been moving Gary's phone around the property. And she would have had his phone. Well, and that's the thing, Jenny. They looked all around. They looked in the garage. They looked on the ATV. They were using. I mean, there would have been signs of him having been shot in that garage. Look. When he goes down, when he gets shot, if he gets shot and he's bleeding out, he's going to be laying there, right? This is not going to be a situation where he's going to fall on the ground and she's going to be able to just pick him up right away. She's going to have to get him up. If she's using the ATV to get him up, I mean, Gary doesn't just walk to the garage and go, let you shoot me. Gary gets surprised, which would be, or it's at, like I said, more likely than not, I believe it would have happened around the burn pile, maybe in the barn. There, like I said, there's a confrontation. The key to this case is, I believe, Scott being called home from the lake, having his night interrupted, and what I believe was concern over the burn pile being burned. And Melody calls Scott and says, get here because your daddy's burning a burn pile again. And you need to get here, Scott. And you're going to have to tend to this thing. And he comes in and shit breaks loose. Well, Bleachers, I understand she was a cheating, narcissistic mom, wife, and friend. No chance she covers. I don't necessarily think that, though, that I think when this thing's going on, I think she would have been concerned in the back of her mind. And again, when things like this happen, once she starts going down the road of not calling 911 right away, that's what I believe. Here, listen. Here's what I believe is happening, right? I believe this confrontation happens. Gunshot, boom, boom, he's dead. She's talking to Rusty till 2 a.m. in the morning because she's talking about that right now. Scott's outside. What should I do, Rusty? What should I do, Rusty? What should I do, Rusty? It's my son. And I guarantee you that's what the calls were about between her and Rusty until 2 a.m. They were talking about what she should do. Should she call 911? What should she do? Well, if she doesn't call 911 and he just disappears, they can go on living, maybe even getting paychecks, whatever. She's trying to figure out what's the best strategic situation for her. And Scott assures her, Mom, please don't call 911, blah, 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 blah. And she's trying to figure it all out. That's what I believe. She's talking to Rusty to figure this out. And then, of course, things, well, Jamie, and we don't know that she took the gun from her friend's house. That old lady, MJ, I understand what she's saying, but it became clear to me when you're looking at that, she didn't know what year it was when this happened. She believes that might have happened, but there is zero evidence of any certainty that she took that gun from that house. I understand what her testimony was, and maybe if the jury believes her and says absolutely, but I don't. But listen, She was influenced by this trial. She was mad because she found out that Rusty and her were having an affair, and it colored her past memories. If she would have believed that gun was missing, 6 years ago, she could have investigated to be sure it was missing. It could have been taken any time in the last 6 years or 4 years or whatever time it was. I know it was a couple years back. I think she had somebody check it, but that is not evidence of anything of any certainty. So even if she took that gun, that doesn't mean she was planning to shoot anybody with it. And it's possible that gun could have been in the house. It could have been used by Scott to shoot him. She could have had it downstairs. The question is if Melody's alleged to have taken this gun, and remember, the gun was alleged to have been taken by Melody, I believe it was in 2014 or 15. That means she had the gun for like 3 years before she used it. And the question would be, why the hell would she take a gun? Melody doesn't want guns around her house. She was the one that got upset because the guns were out with the grandkids there. There was testimony to that. But I don't believe in that testimony at all. I think that was a smoke screen and a sideshow. Okay. There's a 357 Magnum on the property. Listen, this is the thing that gets me. You guys, everybody wants to give Chris a pass, a military man, a gunman who's going to tell you, he's going to tell that jury with a straight face, or at least he attempted to, that he didn't know a 357 Magnum shot 38 bullets. Come on. There's no goddamn way he didn't know that. There's no way he didn't know that. But he doesn't want to know that because that's what he used to kill his father. Well, Laura Jean, he kept that secret. He's obviously kept a secret because he didn't tell the police everything that he knew, because he told the police some cockamamie story about that at the very end. She says he's on the burn pile. Why in the world, when she's having a conversation, which he claimed and still claims to the police, was just all about having sex and grandkids and everything else. And at the very end of this long conversation, that is absolutely the only time he's ever talked to her 2 a.m. And she just says to him randomly, Gary's on the burn pile. Why the hell would he say that? That was absolute garbage. That was absolute garbage. So to me, I think that it's I just don't think that I don't know. And then Chris, now to clarify, Hannah B, I think one thing that you may have missed when the cell phone person was testifying is, while they did not get Chris's phone and check his coordinates and his whereabouts, what they did establish is Chris's phone was never used other than to be called within the quadrants of the house. Now, again, that doesn't mean he couldn't have driven over there. He could have obviously not called anybody, not texted anybody, could have left it at the house. But what we know is Chris was never called or contacted by his mother or his brother during that key time from when Gary returned from Catch 22 into the morning hours. So there was no reach out to Chris to say, come back. And the question is, Chris was there with his daughter. So he leaves, he goes, he gets Pokeballs, he goes and gets ice cream, he goes back to the house. And of course, it's like, oh, could he have returned back to his dad's house to go talk to him? Possibly. Could his dad said, hey, come back later on, I'm going to do a burn pile, come back. And, because we know from Chris is the one that tells us that his dad was talking about doing a burn pile. Everybody knew he wanted to do a burn pile. So is it possible that Chris could have been invited back to do the burn pile and they all get back there and the brothers all helped? Absolutely. But the problem is right now in this, data-wise, there's nothing that suggests, there's nothing to pinpoint him as having been here when whatever happened, unless Chris and Scott were planning to do this. But then the question is, by Scott's friends' admissions and Scott's own admissions, he was planning to be at that lake house. He wasn't planning to come back until his mother called. And his friends confirmed that. Well, Ginny Lee Days, that's not true at all. If you look at the text messages, if you look at the text messages in the way he spoke to his son, hardly was that the text messages of some of an individual who thought that that was his rock. Okay, he was clearly, and let's be clear here. Scott was, listen, remember, and again, this is further evidence that what you're saying isn't true. Who was Chris at lunch with, where Gary comes in and Gary's there, or not Chris, sorry, Scott was at lunch with his mother. Who is Scott calling all the time? His mom. Now I know his mom was frustrated with Scott at times, was frustrated because Scott wouldn't always do what she wanted him to do. Was always out and about, was spending money, and she was frustrated because she wanted, I'm sure, to spend money on things, and Scott's out there spending money, and it was a battle over that. But who was Scott contacting and having phone conversations and text message conversations and going to lunch with? That would be Melody. They established that if the police wasn't using Google software, then it would have shown on geofence. Chris lied. His testimony contradicted Jenna's. Oh, there are definitely some contradictions in Chris's testimony, and the fact that they didn't look at his phone. It's possible his phone could have been at Gary's house. He just never made a phone call or never made a text message, and it was in the middle of the night. I could state how I felt. So let's see here. We got reading this. There's no evidence how Gary thought of any of the kids 100% sure. That in and of itself is hearsay. Well, no, there is evidence, Nikita, and that is in the text messages in terms of how he spoke to his children, in terms of you can infer from that. You can make inferences from communications, text messages, emails. So you can infer from that. That's not hearsay. Hearsay is where someone is making a statement of fact based on what they heard from someone else and stating it as fact. You can't do that. So if I would have heard Gary say this over here and I say, well, I heard Gary say it, that's hearsay. So that is not what hearsay is. But you can make inferences from reading text messages. Okay. Well, and that's the other thing, Joe Nelson, that is a very good point. So the state failed in any way, shape, or form to say that Melody was familiar with shooting a gun. Because you're 100% right. It is, if you're not familiar with shooting a gun, it is, obviously she only had to do it once. But the belief that there wouldn't have been a gunshot hole in the wall or somewhere, we're just going to believe that she just picks up this gun and just, boom, perfectly lands them right inside of him. Perfect. Well, the question, Hannah B, was didn't his daughter testify? Wasn't that the one that testified early on, and she confirmed that they did do all of that? If I'm not mistaken. Well, Anna Powers, you absolutely can make inferences from it. You don't necessarily need the paralinguistic features out of it. You can make inferences from the from the content of the message, what was being said, and how they were communicating inside those messages. So you can absolutely make inferences from it. Now, the strength of the inference might be affected by the lack of paralinguistic features, but you can certainly make inferences from it. Well, there you go. Unique me. 100% right. The accidentally erased video by Scott. That's another, again, like I said, if this jury is going to eat the sandwich that says Scott wasn't involved in this and he's doing all these things, because part of what they don't want, remember, part of what he wants deleted off that trail camera is what he was doing on the property and when he was doing things on the property. Because what if that trail camera shows him up all night long, walking around the property, out and about? What if it shows him? I mean, who knows what it could have shown? Bleacher says the only case where she covers is the wound was self-inflicted. Melody realizes life insurance at stake. If so, she coordinates with Scott. I mean, listen, but here's the thing, Bleachers. We can't rule that out. And the defense is going to absolutely make that point. We can't rule that out. Nothing can be ruled out. That's the point of that medical expert that testified. Cause of death is undetermined. It can't be ruled out. You might not think it, but if there's a doubt, if there's a possibility, we don't know what happened. That's what the defense is going to stand in front of there. Now, we're trying to figure out what happened, trying to be kind of, do some detective work here, but that's not what the role of the jury is. The detectives already did their work. The state already did their work. The state says we know what happened. But the bottom line is they don't. They don't even know what the cause of death was. And that's what the defense is going to stand up and tell that jury tomorrow. Betty Boo 2 says, Melody wouldn't keep her mouth shut if Scott was in on it. Neither would Rusty. He would let her go down. Well, now Melody Betty Boo, that's not true. Okay. Because I believe that she absolutely would keep her mouth shut. She doesn't have a choice in a sense. That's what I believe the phone calling was about between her and Rusty, was talking about that very fact right there. Listen, everybody thinks they know what they would do in that situation until they're in that situation. And people do things that they don't even expect. And once you start to head down a certain road, your mind's going to kick in and say, whoa, I might get in trouble. Oh my God, they might think I'm involved. You can hear old Rusty saying, oh my God, you should have called her right away, baby. You should have called 911. Why didn't you do it? Now they're going to think you're involved. And she's going to know they're going to think that she has a thing. And Scott's going to be sitting there saying, Mom, you do that, they're going to think you did it. I'll say you did it. I mean, all these factors are coming in. Let me do this. I'm going to burn him up. He was going to die anyways. He was in bad health. You didn't love him anyways. I mean, there's a multitude of things. And she's just kind of taking it in right there at that moment. But the thing that you got to understand is that if she's going to kill him after all of these years to go get the money that she didn't end up getting because she ends up suspected, and she loses the house, she loses the car, she loses everything. She knew that I mean, how does that compute? So Betty Boo says, kudos to you, Hannah B. Melody is a big-time liar. She lies to get what she wants no matter what. Jenny Lee Days says, Tanya, she protected none of the kids, just Amanda. Well, no, she didn't protect Amanda. Amanda was the one that supported her. The other kids, decided to move away from Mom because I think some of the motivation for the kids that weren't involved in this realized that if Mom goes to jail or prison, listen, again, I think that whole family, I think some of the kids, maybe, if Chris wasn't involved, if the other daughter wasn't involved, I think that they're thinking in the back of their mind, Mom had to be involved to some extent. They have to know that to some extent that there's one of two people that did this, Scott or Melody or both. Well, Jenny Lee Days, there is no evidence of the poisoning, okay? That was Chris making up some garbage about allegedly eating a cookie that he thought tasted weird. And Chris didn't end up in the hospital. I think that was garbage. I think that's Chris trying to throw shade on his mom because they didn't get along and because she knew, again, remember, he hated his mom because she didn't want him to have the money. She accused him of stealing. And Chris also is the same Chris who also says that Chad, Amanda's husband, was sleeping with her mother, which everyone in the family said is ridiculous. So that guy, Chris, has no credibility whatsoever. So there is no evidence of poisoning. That is absolute garbage. That is the poisoning aspect, in my opinion. And even Scott acknowledged that was not what happened. Or the poisoning was unlikely. HB Mack says, she may be guilty, but I don't believe the prosecution has proved enough for a guilty verdict. Hung jury or not guilty would be my guess. I agree with you. I agree with you. I think that I think John will do. I think John's going to do it. Evelyn Santos says, just found your channel. Thank you for finding the channel, Evelyn. Welcome. Watch trial from day one. Thought it was Melody, but I totally think you're right. Scott did it. Thank you. Well, listen. I have no reason in this case to have any conclusions whatsoever other than just what I believe the evidence has shown me as I've watched this trial. And I've gone back and rewatched things and filled in blanks because, as we're watching this, we're not sitting in the courtroom. We've got our distractions. So sometimes you got to go back, tighten up, watch a testimony over again, which we can do. And the jury can't do. But remember, this jury's been at it for 17 days. They do not get the benefit of readbacks. They don't get the benefit to rewatch things. They have seen it one time. They have their present sense impression of that moment, that testimony occurred. When they get back to that jury room and they start talking, there is no way any juror back there, in my opinion, is going to be able to say they understand what happened at all, or they don't have doubts about what happened. I just don't believe it, especially when you look at it. And it's hard for us to truly put ourselves, unless we just commit ourselves to a jury mindset. And that is, we don't watch back. We sit here, we watch it one time, we formulate our impressions, and we move on. But that jury, that's what that jury's doing. They're not able to watch social media. They're not able, unless they're cheating, they're not able to do any of that. They're not able to talk about it with anyone. So this jury is going to be sitting there going, okay. So we're going to do a quick poll here. Do you believe, before we wrap this up, believe the state proved its case? We're going to phrase it like that. Start this poll. Now, I'm going to direct everyone, when we end this stream, it's going to redirect you to the Adam Coy case. It looks like the YSL case is probably going to be out again today. I was going to cover some of that, but it's going to go over to the Adam Coy case, which is a police officer out in Ohio who is charged with an officer-involved shooting where he shot a man that was coming out of a friend's garage. The defense is presenting their case right now. The state unexpectedly rested yesterday. The defendant testified yesterday, but right now the defense is putting on a slew of police experts. It's a very controversial case out in Ohio that had garnered at one point national attention, but it was one of the 2020 cases that got delayed due to all of that. Then the defendant got cancer and has been going through cancer treatments. So this case will be on display. I was going to say, hey, look, tomorrow we're not going to have anything going on with this case, but of course tomorrow is going to be the main event, closing arguments, and then jury deliberation. So it'll redirect you over. Check it out. It's a very interesting case, and I'll be over there watching. Let's see here. Now, do you think, all right, so Jenny Lee Days comes in. Do you think possibly she fired in bedroom? He ran downstairs to his car. She came around, shot him sitting in his room, pulled it. Okay. Jenny Lee, listen, what you're doing there is speculating in the worst form. There is no blood in the bedroom. They searched that house. Okay. If you go back and listen to the crime scene investigators, they searched that house up and down until about 3 a.m. And they were called out to that house. What was it, around noon? They were there for 13, 14, 15 hours searching that house. Okay. There's no way in the world. If there's something happened in that bedroom, they would have the blood up there. They did luminol testing. Some of it was expired, but they did luminol testing in that house. There would be blood all down the steps, all down the stairs. There would be smears. Okay. There would be blood droplets running all the way out there. The only blood droplets are from the kitchen downstairs to where there's witnesses who saw him get bit by a dog and said he went downstairs to treat that wound. Okay. So there's no way in the world that's not going to cut it in that jury room. I can assure you of that. Brenda Stanley says, driving home state, fill in all the gaps. God bless you. The problem is, Brenda, they haven't filled in the gaps, and they don't get to fill in the gaps with speculation, innuendo, or anything that isn't good old fashioned evidence. So the fact that there's gaps, I'm glad you acknowledge that. That's a problem. Let's see here. Garage, they should do a watch back. Well, who, the jury? They probably will. I mean, the judge, I've never seen a judge, and let's talk about that for a minute. Wow, what the judge did today was pretty interesting when he decided to have an emotional speech to the jury regarding the fact that this was being covered by social media. It was one of the most interesting displays I've ever seen from a judge in a courtroom. I thought it was fantastic. I think it shows how real, and when I say real, I mean just a really nice, good dude this judge is, who's clearly overwhelmed by the cameras in his courtroom, that he has definitely been affected by. But I thought, wow, he was getting emotional. He was crying. I mean, that was fantastic. And I like to see the realness of that judge. That was pretty neat. That was pretty neat. But interesting. Never seen that ever. And you could see the prosecutor was sitting there. He had his thoughts. You could tell. He was sitting there going like, are you kidding me right now? It was quite interesting. Hold on one second, guys. Handling case. But that was very interesting. But I like the judge. I like this judge. I think this is, believe it or not, I know a lot of people are critical of the judge. I think the judge did a good job. I think he's a fair guy. It might have been a little too relaxed for some, but I think he ran a good. But I think he let this trial go. He didn't get in the way. And I mean, I think there were times that he was surprised that the state was not objecting to certain things. The defense wasn't objecting to certain things. This was like a good old fashioned. This is like one of those football games where the referees just let it go. There were no penalties. There were nothing. They were just out there. It was a good old fashioned, just drop down, drag out. And that was nice. So now Jenny says he was shot in the car. He was sitting in the car. Jenny, what are you talking about? I think at this point, you're just saying things just to try to get people upset. What is the state's theory on how she got him out of the house and to the tractor? They haven't expressed one, Brian. If you go back and you watch, they just said that that's a possibility. It's as if they don't believe they have to. And again, they're going to say, well, we don't necessarily have to tell you exactly how it was done. What we're trying to prove to you is it was done. And there's a tractor with a blood drop on it. And there's a ATV with this. I believe there was a little bit of, there might have been DNA on it, not even blood. Jamie Ando says, if Scott did it and Melanie knew, would she not benefit more from telling the truth from the start? Well, Jamie, maybe. Okay, but see, here's the thing that you've got to get. Again, this is the problem with when we Monday morning quarterback something like this, right? When something like this happens, the mind starts to go places, right? The mind starts to go places, right? She's sitting up there and she realizes this happened. And many of you might think it's an easy decision for her to just turn in her son after all this has happened. But this thing's just happened, right? I'm going to call 911. There's a lot of factors right now, right? Call 911. We don't know at what stage she really became aware of exactly what was occurring, but she becomes aware something happened. And she goes, oh, my God. Now, you'd think it would be an easy choice. But for her, it's like, oh, my God, Gary's gone. My son, I'm going to send my son to prison for the rest of his life. I think a lot of you are discounting the fact that listen, her kids did not say she wasn't a loving mom, okay? And she cared about her kids. She might not have liked what her kids were doing, but at the end of the day, she loved her kids. She loves Amanda Farris. She didn't like what all of her kids were doing, but she still loved them. And it still doesn't necessarily mean it's an easy choice just to say, oh my God, he's just done this. And Gary's dead. And whatever. So we don't know what stage all this was coming in. But once she goes down the road of failing to call 911 and she calls Rusty instead and says, oh my God, Rusty, this is what just happened. And Rusty, good old boy Rusty's probably sitting there saying, oh my God, baby. Well, hold on, just slow down. What happened now? What happened? He did what? Yeah. And you're doing what? At this point, Rusty's probably telling her, well, if you call 911, they're going to think you might be involved. Remember, she knows she is having an affair, right? Scott, we don't know how Scott's approach is. Scott could say, I'm going to say, Mama, you call 911. I'm going to say you did it. And she's going to say, no, He did it. And she knows she's the one that's having an affair, right? So that's going to give her pause. That's my point. Well, Betty Boo, yes, now I hear what you're saying on that, but I think she would have also made that statement. I think that tells you that she knows what happened, but it also, what Rusty was saying too, is what Rusty said, the way Rusty said things happened, it never occurred. What she's saying is the way Rusty's acting, the things Rusty's doing, Rusty's saying he's on the burn pile. She's saying, like, you're going to get me hung. Like, if you don't shut up, I didn't do anything. And if you listen to it, I think there's truth in what she's saying. Rusty, you know I didn't do this, right? But see, in Rusty's mind, the reason why Rusty didn't want, like, he's using a recorder because he's worried that he knows he has knowledge. He knows he didn't do this, and he knows that the police have already proven he was all the way over in Tennessee. But then the reason why Rusty freaks out is when they start charging him as an accessory after the fact. What Rusty doesn't know for certain is the fact that he knew that he may have given her advice, that he may have told her what was going on. He's all worried about this because he could still end up charged with something. So, when you listen to Rusty, when I listen to him talk, I am hearing individuals who know knowledge, but I don't believe she fired the gun. She knows what happened. She's involved. She is involved in this 110%. But the question is, to what extent? And I don't think the jury's going to say, I think she was involved, but I don't know how. I don't know what. I don't think she fired the gun. I think it had to be Scott, but the state didn't bring us that case. The state chose to file this case based on Rusty's bullshit. And why did they get that out of Rusty? Because they lied to him with an arrest warrant. So they didn't get a chance to really investigate. What they should have been doing was getting a phone tap to listen to Rusty and listen to Melody talk among themselves without knowing they were being recorded. Every one of those recordings, Rusty knows was being recorded. Every one of those, there's a reason why Rusty didn't want her actually talking and wasn't willing to go down the road of actually setting her up to talk freely. That's what I saw in those recordings. And why is that? Everyone's like, well, he loved her. No, he was afraid because he was involved, not planning this, but he was involved in the cover-up. And he didn't want that coming out. He had to walk that tightrope. And then when that arrest warrant came, he flipped out. And that's why he just decides to say something that his attorney didn't even know he was going to say. Money is the name of the game. Kids grew up with that idea their entire lives. Absolutely. Absolutely. Jenny Lee says she tried in the bedroom and he ran to the garage. I mean, I don't know about all of that, Jenny. I think you're deep into speculating things that are not supported by any of the evidence. None of the evidence supports any of that. And the unique me one says state hasn't proven anything except to show the world that Melody, including Gary, had an affair, 110%, and they showed that Gary died. And they showed that somebody had to do that. Somebody had to do something, right? I think they successfully showed that Melody, Scott definitely were involved in this. Rusty was involved in this, but they did not demonstrate how they were involved or what specifically they were involved in or what their specific role was. And they have to do that if they're going to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So, that's the unfortunate truth. Let's see here. We said Gary was helping his children financially housing. Why would Scott want him dead? Well, the reason why, Kathleen, this is the part that, again, many are struggling with. That was going to end. Let's go back. Let's go back to the October messages where Gary says things are going to change. You need to get a job. You need to find other places to live. Okay? Scott didn't want that. The tensions were rising between him and his father so bad that alarm repairman said he had a very uncomfortable interaction with Scott and his father that he felt should never have happened publicly, certainly not in front of someone in their house, to where Scott says, I can't wait till they're both dead and gone and I get this farm. He said that to the alarm guy. And Evelyn Santos says he's done. I think he was too. But listen, the state's stuck. They're stuck with inside. They're stuck with inside defense. And if they change it up, the defense is going to absolutely hammer them with that. And it's only going to buy into the fact in the storyline that they don't know what happened. And that's what those attorneys are going to do. Listen, those are good attorneys. Okay. Whether you like them or not, or you like their style or not, or you think they were an asshole to the witnesses, or you don't like how they treated people, they were good attorneys. They cross-examined well. They really brought, they were good. They were on top of it. They were prepared, and they did a good job. The state was good too, but the state, unfortunately, has a bad set of facts. So again, it's just like the whole idea. You have a 5-star Michelin chef, but if you bring them dog shit, they're not gonna. You ain't gonna make it taste good. It might taste better than normal dog shit would, but it's still gonna taste like dog shit. And that's what this case is. So, unfortunately, that's where this is at. So it's not the state attorney's fault. They're trying to do the best they can. They're trying to make this as flavorful dog shit as they can. While the defense only has to point out it's dog shit, and we don't know what kind of dog shit it is, but we know this ain't no 5-star meal. And they're trying to tell you it's a 5-star meal. You can smell it. You can taste it. You can know right away this is dog shit. This ain't no 5-star meal. And that's all the defense has to do. And if you don't believe it, then what's that smell that you smell right there? And they say, oh, no. That's not what you think. But that's the situation that the state is in right now. They have a case they have a problem case. And what they're going to try to do is they're going to hope that they're not going to eat too much. They're just going to take a little taste and they're going to go, okay, that must be a 5-star meal. We'll go ahead and say, yeah, it's got to be. It was cooked by a 5-star chef, right? It was prepared by these people. It's got to be a 5-star meal. There it is. Believe it. And that's what the state's trying to do here. They're trying to pass up. But the bottom line is that they're not going to get away with it. Jeannie Lee says, Melody did this solely on her own with Amanda. The Unique Me says, I rock with you, Justice, as a process. I like your critiquing of this case. Well, thank you, Unique Me. I appreciate that. He needed Scott to run that farm, or he would have to hire someone else to do it. Jenny Lee says, Jamie with a heart. I guess you must be agreeing with Jamie there on this. Ann Bosworth, don't this channel go by evidence? Of course I'm going by evidence. Are you going by evidence? See, this is the thing that gets me. You people that think she's guilty are not following the evidence. Okay, what you're doing is you're failing. You're filling in the gaps with your own evidence and your own speculation, and you can't do that. This is the part and again, I served on a jury. I was a foreman of a jury, and I sat back there with jurors who did this exact same thing when they came back. And I reminded them, we have to go off of what the state presented. While we don't like that, while we may believe there could be more, we don't get to put the more on the table. We don't get to fill in the blanks. That is just not how it goes. We can't do that. And the jury can't do that. And the defense is going to remind them tomorrow that they can't do that. And I'm sure they picked a jury with at least 1, 2, or 3 jurors that are going to hold the jury to that standard. And they're going to hold them to the legal standard. And just like everyone that's come in here and said, yeah, I think she did. I'm not saying she didn't. And if anyone takes what I'm saying is to say, I think Melody wasn't involved or is completely innocent, well, then you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I believe she was involved. I don't believe she was involved alone. And I don't believe she was the one to pull the trigger. I do believe if the state would have investigated this case differently and would have actually tried to go after it after trying to, figure it out, maybe get some phone taps on people's phones and things of that nature, knowing that somebody there on the 2 people that were there recorded their conversations, tried to utilize the group approach and come up with a theory that was not just Melody trying to off her husband, or not just Scott trying, Scott plotting to do, but looked at this as a group effort and tried to figure out the 2 people that were on property that we know were on property for certain. And maybe there was a third, but right now we know for certain there's 2. So that's where the investigation should focus, on the 2 people that are on property that you know of. And listen, if y'all should want to be pissed off, do you not think, does everyone really understand correctly, right, that the cell data that they just presented, what was it, on Monday? That they just learned about that mid-trial. That data, again, you heard the defense attorney say, catch 22, we didn't even know he was at the restaurant. The state didn't even know that. When they were questioning them, they didn't know that. They didn't have a cell data analyst go do what they did there, but they do this in the middle of trial. They're investigating in the middle of trial when they're supposed to have already investigated. And I hope the defense makes that point. There's no other greater point than to say, the state's coming to you with their obligation, which is they're supposed to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt when they bring this case. They were still investigating. They bring you this cell phone data in the middle of the trial. What are they doing here? If there's never a greater proof that the state doesn't know what the hell happened here, it's the fact that they're still going out fishing for the data. And then this data comes in and confuses everybody. It confuses everything. Because now they know that Melody was there in the morning walking around the property, or somebody was. They've narrowed it down. But did they get a chance to interrogate anyone with that? Did they get a chance to go question anyone with that? Did Scott get questioned as to what was going on in the moments that we know he was on the property? No, because he testified before that data ever came out. Because that data didn't come in or wasn't even made aware of to the defense until the end of last week. Betty Boo says, Jamie, exactly. Besides, Melody would have gotten the majority of any insurance because she's the wife. Wouldn't make any sense for Scott. Except for the fact, Betty Boo, that if she kills him, right? If she kills him and shoots him, just like she didn't get the insurance now because they're going to investigate the wife first. She's going to know that, and she has an affair. So the moment she goes under investigation, bye-bye insurance money. And the insurance money, how much was the insurance? You have to understand that if she wants to maintain her lifestyle, $1 million even is not going to be enough to maintain that lifestyle for the duration of her lifetime. At the time she did this, I believe she was 56. She doesn't have earning potential like Gary. So to kill Gary and kill her earning potential, Gary's better in a divorce, paying her alimony since she spent the duration of her life raising his kids and being a happy homemaker. But Gary dead makes no freaking sense because Gary loses his salary. The only idiot that would think I'll kill my dad and I get the farm would be Scott, because he ain't a very intelligent guy in terms of the fact that he's not smart. He's impulsive. He's angry. He's acting in the moment. She said by her own admission to the police, I had everything I wanted. She had everything in that house. She had everything to lose by killing him and killing off the cash flow. Like I said, she divorces him. He's going to be required to pay her alimony, to give her half of everything. So the idea that he's somehow worth more to her dead than alive is a preposterous, ridiculous assessment. And the defense is going to pound that home. And again, that is the bottom line. So the idea that she would plan to do this, she was going to hedonism in Jamaica in September. She wasn't losing anything being with this man. He wasn't cutting anything off. He hadn't taken any extraordinary measures. I mean, she was frustrated. She was mad. She was lashing out at the kids because she felt like Gary was tightening the purse straps because of all the money that Scott was spending, because of all the money that Chris was spending, because of all the money that was going to the daughter to help her buy a house and do all the different things. And she was upset because she's saying, the purse strap, I'm getting tightened up on here because we're having to spend all this money on you kids. That's who her beef was with. That's where the beef was at. That's where things were getting stressed out. And Scott was getting pushed, and pressure was getting applied on Scott from the mom, from the dad. And he was at an exploding point. If there was a person that was a short fuse, that the fuse was lit on, who was very upset, who had a lot of anger and building resentment towards both parents, who were pressuring him because he didn't have a job and he was feeling it, and who, by his own admission to an alarm guy, he wished that he couldn't wait until both of his parents were gone and he could get that farm. And what better way than this develops? He shoots his dad and he doesn't kill his mom. Why? Because if he kills his mom and his dad, he goes to prison. If he kills dad and then lays this on mom, he gets it all. But of course, he doesn't really realize that, guess what? Well, Chris, you just killed the cash cow. There's no money coming in. You're not going to get the farm. You're not going to be able to afford the farm. Goes in foreclosure. Boom. He loses it all. But for Chris in that moment, he didn't think of it like that. He was just an angry kid, mad and angry. Or not Chris, sorry, Scott. He was just mad and angry. and impulsive in the moment. Jim Rath says, except for the fact the jury can use their common sense of what is logical. Who had the opportunity? Who was home at the time of his death? Scott wasn't home. How convenient for Melody Farris. The problem is, though, Jim, is that the time of death is undetermined. The cause of death is undetermined. What we know is the last time Gary, and this again was something that wasn't present at opening statements. This wasn't present at any other time. We now know Gary was alive at as late as 9:36 p.m. guaranteed alive, which now tightens up that time frame where they said between 9 and 10 there was a gunshot. He might not even have been on property for that, which tells you that had to have happened later. We know that Melody's calling Scott to come home. Why? Because what would make sense? Gary comes home from dinner and decides, I'm going to start a burn pile. And Melody calls Scott to say, come home because the burn pile's been started. Your dad's doing a burn pile and I need you home here because somebody's got to monitor this. And the rest goes from there. And we know Scott was back on premises by about 11:30. We don't know why. He claims it was because he was told the horses were out. And the question would be, is if Melody's doing all this and does this at 9:36, maybe 10 o'clock, why would she start the clock to call her son to come home and say, come home so that she can get caught with a dead body? Are we to believe that she was able to manufacture all of these things within about an hour? Maybe less than an hour? Maybe a little more than an hour, depending on when this would have all happened. Given that we know Gary now was absolutely alive at 9:36 p.m. So that's the problem. Ann Bosworth says Scott wasn't there. That's the evidence. That's not the evidence, Ann. That's not the evidence. The evidence is right now, if you watch back the cell phone lady, if you watch back her testimony, and we establish that Gary was alive at 9:36 p.m., that evidence shows, and that Scott arrived back on premises at around, I believe it was around 11:30. She said that he was back in there. Within 2 hours of the last time and I believe either it was Gary either arriving back at the house or leaving Catch 22 and then arriving back at the house a short time after that, because he attached back to the Wi-Fi. But we know he was alive at 9:36 at night. And even the defense attorney says, we didn't even know about this. This is the first time we've heard about it. It's the first time the state heard about it when they got their evidence, when they had this person put all this together. So that is significant. That's problematic. That is a huge problem. So Kathy Peterson says the animals were out because Melody let them out when she shot Gary and got the horses to be able to drag Gary to the burn pit. She got the horses to drag. Why would she need to get a horse to drag him when wouldn't she have just dragged him with the RTV? That would be the theory. That would make sense. You wouldn't need the horses to drag him. Why would you need a horse? Why would you need a horse to drag him when you have an RTV? If any dragging occurred, it would have been. But the problem is they looked at the yard, and one of the experts said there was no evidence any blood or anyone was dragged through that yard, and there was no rain to wash anything away during that time. So the bottom line is, the horses are not going to be who's going to be used. It would be the RTV. But the bottom line is there's a problem. There isn't evidence of the dragging. And that was something that they looked at and said, perhaps she somehow cleaned it up. Maybe she used her hose to wash away. Who knows? Well, Jenny, if he was shot in the car, that car would have absolutely been covered in blood and it would have been processed. And they looked at the car because they found his wallet in the car, or at least Scott did. So they did examine the car. So I don't believe he was shot in the car. I think there would have been telltale evidence of that. Kathy Peterson says she couldn't pull him on her own. She is small, and actually the horse could fit in the basement and the gate is next to the door. I don't think she's bringing a horse near her basement or any of that stuff. nor again, it's the time framing of all of this. What you would have to believe is that she goes down, gets these horses, gets the burn pile going, and does all of this before she's calling Scott to come home at 10:30. So I think there's a time frame problem, and that was brought up because of this expert. When you look at it and you start to try to nail down a timeline, it is a big, big problem in this case, a huge problem in this case. Yes, and Jenny, remember the wallet was found in the car by Scott as per. So that was something that the wallet may have never left the car. I'm pretty certain that was the testimony. I was going to say, yeah, I don't think the horses were involved at all. I think that would have been too risky and too crazy. And no. Talk about the sergeant sitting at the table throughout this trial. Was that too many? No, that is actually common. Unique me. The sergeant gets to sit there. The investigating officer. It is very that happens in a lot of cases. Now, not every case, obviously, that I've seen broadcast, but in West Virginia, the investigating officer always sits at the table. That's because it's meant, to show the jury, because obviously, like, what is the trial is about what's come out of that investigation. So the individual who is going to eventually testify, they want to get the jury to trust that investigator. So that's the thought process behind it. I remember asking my dad, I said, why do you, when I would go to his trial, why is that? What's the strategy of that? And that's what I was told, was it was meant to be able to build the trust in the investigator, because when that investigator testifies to the jury, it will allow him to build rapport, because that investigator is there through jury selection and he's there all the way through trial. So he is building rapport. So when he testifies and starts to talk about his investigation, the hope is that the jury will like him or her, and then will trust what he's saying and will trust what came out of that investigation more. So anyways, that's the idea, at least. Chris Scott said Gary never left it in the vehicle. Guess where it was found? In the vehicle. Now, they said all the animals were out, which is why she called Scott to come home. So it makes sense the animals were out because she let them out. Well, first of all, Kathy, again, you're trusting. The only person that said all the animals were out was Scott. Now, I believe one of Scott's friends who he was with also, I think, backed him up. But again, part of that, we don't know if that individual, maybe it was the next day when he gets home and he says, yeah, it ended up being that all the animals were out. So you can't really trust necessarily that the individual that he was with would have gotten that right, because he went and met up with those guys the next day. But the bottom line is that he was called back and all of that comes from what was the reason for Scott. It's also possible too, again, that Scott and Melody would have got their stories together. Remember, these stories were coming out before Scott turned on all of them. So Melody's telling the story that Scott would have told, and Scott's telling the story that they've agreed upon, because at some level, if Scott's involved, his mother had to know. I mean, that's a bottom line. There's no way he does this and mom doesn't know. There's no way he does this and she's walking around that property with a burn pile going, and she ain't looking for Gary to talk to him about that burn pile. There ain't no way she's going to the beach and leaving that house and thinking, oh, Gary, you're going to tend to that fire, right? There's just no way that's not happening, which tells you she knows Gary's gone. Gary could have been leaving and was called back for Melody for something, then shot. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. But here's the thing. What is clear is nobody knows. And all of this is speculation. And there is zero ability to know what happened here or who did what and when. We'll see what happens. Like I said, there's a path to guilty here. There's always a path to guilty. But I think it's a tough case. I think this is ripe for a mistrial and a hung jury, because I think that this is a type of case where you could get a juror or two dug in on either direction and says, I'm just not comfortable going forward. Now, what I do think is if you get enough people in that room that are leaning towards guilty, I think you could sway them to guilty easier in this case, because I think you can make the case that she has some involvement, and there could be some ability for someone to weave together a story that says, okay, well, this is probably what happened. And then they say, okay, fine, we'll go ahead and move forward with it. But the path to justice for Gary, unfortunately. Now, we're talking about the law here, right? We're talking about what was presented and what was going on here. Let's talk about the path to justice for Gary in terms of getting his killers. What we have to hope for in this case is she is found guilty. Because I believe that will be the path to finding out what actually happened. Now, the concern, of course, is that if she's found guilty, that possibly there will be no interest in pursuing anyone else. But I believe that the strategy that's being put forth here is to convict her in hopes that she will decide, I don't want to spend the rest of my life in jail. I'm willing to spill the beans now. And she reaches out, or her attorneys reach out, because she hasn't testified in this case. She's never gone on record besides talking to the police. So she's not in any danger or peril to say that she would be contradicting herself or have given sworn testimony. She gave statements to the police that could easily be explained away. I was worried, I was this. And she could very easily go, all right, look, here's what actually happened. This is what happened. And she'll tell the story. And then the state will then have the sworn testimony of Scott and sworn testimony of Chris and anyone else that she's going to try to say was involved. And they will be able to then assess it. And then she might get herself a deal on the back end of this thing if she can bring forth the case. But I think that's what they're hoping for, is that she's going to get convicted and then she's going to spill the beans on everyone else. Well, no, I understand that, Hannah. What I'm saying is, okay, I know she said that. But what I'm saying is you all have to understand that she's saying this under the color of whatever, like if Scott did this, I believe it's indisputable that she had to know he did it, be aware he did it, and had to be helping to cover him up. So the animal's out. Scott, I called you back to the house because the animals were out. Would have had to have been some story concocted because they wouldn't have wanted to say what the real reason was, which was Daddy's burning the burn pile. Come back, please, because I need you to manage the fire. Because everybody wanted to stay as far away from the burn pile for until the 5th as they could. If you notice that, neither Melody in her police statements nor Scott want to acknowledge that this burn pile is existing. It's as if everyone was unaware of its existence. But what they didn't what nobody had at the time that the boys testified, and of course they certainly didn't have it when Melody's giving her statements, was this cell phone data showing the movements of that phone all over the property. Now, again, the defense did a pretty good job, as I've seen before, when you're like looking at the Find My iPhone and you're looking at different things, and I track my kids with that to see where they're at and what they're doing. And I can tell you right now, you can have a bubble that says you're in the house and they might be standing in the front yard. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they're exactly where that bubble is. But it's saying when they're moving all around, it could very well mean that she's moving around that house, or that phone was moving around that house, that phone was on the move, that it wasn't in one place. And the question would be, why was that? Why was the phone moving around? And it could be because somebody, who knows? Somebody, was moving it around because they knew they wanted to make it seem like Gary was at that burn pile, doing the burn pile that day. And nobody thought of the one thing that would out that whole scheme. That was the CPAP machine. I'm telling you right now, Chris or Scott and Melody had a plan. And the plan was, Melody, I'm going to go golf. You're going to be here. You need to take Daddy's phone and walk it all around. And that way, when the police go back and look, they think he was tending to this burn pile. And then, whenever he gets discovered, or it gets discovered, or maybe it never gets discovered, it'll be like, well, we don't know where he's at. He disappeared. And again, that was the point, was to make it seem like he was alive. That's what I believe, at least. And this is demonstrating that Melody definitely had to be involved in that process. Now, the thing is, Scott's hand isn't in anything except for the fact that it's his denial of the burn pile. It's the fact that he was back at that house and didn't go say hi to his dad, didn't discuss dinner with his dad, didn't do anything with his dad. There's a burn pile burning, and he's not inquiring to his dad. He's not telling his dad, be sure. He goes to his mom instead, invades her bedroom, and says, Mom, you know, you need to put these animals in. The goats are out. This was out. And she said, oh, your daddy did that. That was all bullshit. That was all bullshit, in my opinion. Got manners. All right. I like this. Scott was looking up that, and that is exactly what the behavior analyst said on Vinny Politan Investigates. The body language was not good. The adding enhancement words before he would say, it's like, I absolutely didn't do it. He didn't feel him just saying I didn't do it was going to be enough because he knows he's lying, or he wasn't involved, I guess I should say. Scott made sure the gun wouldn't be found. Absolutely. That's why he left. He golfed. He went up there. That was his role. And then Melody decided I'm going to head up, and then he came back for his shift. And they left once that fire got settled down. They left. She left and went to the beach for a little bit. That's why she said, well, I'm out working in the yard. And then we got Jim Rath says front end loader. Says, tell us your thoughts on Melody's body language. You sound pretty biased. Jenny, my thoughts is she was involved. That's what my thoughts are. So I don't understand where you're saying I'm biased. I think it's just the idea that I think the bias is coming from the individuals here who just don't like Melody as a person because of the thing. She cheated on her husband and she wasn't the individual that you guys liked. So you're going, oh, you know, we want all this pinned on her. I'm not saying she gets a pass here, but I'm saying that the state didn't charge the right charges. And then as a result, that's going to be something the jury has to decide what to do with. Well, I think you sound one-sided, Jenny. I mean, you're coming up with theories that are not even based on evidence. You're putting a shooting in the car, in the garage, where there's zero evidence that happened. You're speculating on all sorts of things. So, I mean, I think that is more biased than me speaking about the evidence that was actually presented and trying to make inferences as to what could have possibly occurred from that, but acknowledging the fact that the evidence that was presented certainly does not prove anything beyond a reasonable doubt. If he hadn't had the energy to start climbing the stairs, she would have dragged him out the basement, American Doors. A lot less effort. He was alive, and per their last witness, helps the prosecution. Well, except, Jim, the problem is it doesn't help the prosecution because the prosecution is stuck with the assertion that he was shot inside the house. Now, it's possible he ran down. It's possible he ran out. I think that's what the prosecution says. But the question is how does she then? I mean, I guess she went up and finished him up at the burn pile. Is what would be the potential thing. Well, where's the blood at the American Doors? Where's the blood on the sidewalk if he was running up? Where is it? And again, you might say, well, she cleaned it. Well, then why didn't it show up in luminol testing when they were testing those areas? That's a problem. There isn't evidence that any of that happened, and that's a big problem. And there you go. Scott starts talking about a missing gun because he knew what happened in this case. They're in it together. Scott was involved. It was, so what's your opinion on the projectile in the basement? I believe the projectile was upstairs, if I'm not mistaken. But the projectile, again, I think it makes no sense whatsoever that there was nothing else around that projectile. The place where it was found, there's no signs of shooting. It was found up, I believe it was found up in the dining room area, right near those really expensive chairs. To me, that looks like what I see happening here is, listen, Scott Farris was down near that burn pile or burn pit, and he discovers that body and he goes inside the house. He goes in the house and is unaccounted for. And what do we find? We find a projectile on the floor. What does Scott immediately do? He starts telling the police about a gun. What was the purpose of the projectile being found on the floor? Because he felt that would implicate his mother. I mean, come on, people. Like, it's simple. Like, anybody that's not seeing that and that behavior is suspicious. And the fact that he failed a polygraph test, everyone just wants to gloss over that. He failed a polygraph test because he knows more. That judge wouldn't let it in. The prosecution didn't want it in. And the prosecution infer, yeah, there's stuff in there. Yeah, you're right, there is, because she's guilty of something. She's guilty of some involvement, but that polygraph test showed that he was guilty of something. That he sure as hell ain't sitting up there. And that's why that judge, you could tell. Remember when the judge was asking the questions about, I can't remember, but it had to do with something to do with Scott, and I think it had to do with maybe some cell phone stuff, but he was asking questions at different times that was inferring that he believed Scott was involved in this. Kathy Peterson says, I actually appreciate all your explanations to my comments. I don't think you're biased at all. You're correct. I don't like her. Hey, I appreciate that. And listen, I understand why you feel the way you do. I really do. I understand why everybody feels the way they do about her. I don't like her. Okay. I don't like her. I don't think she's a very nice wife. I don't think she was a good wife at all. I don't think she seems like not a very nice, doesn't seem like a very nice person. She seems very money oriented and money driven. And she seems like somebody who was absolutely taking advantage of Gary, who didn't want to let go of his marriage. But that's, unfortunately, I'm not going, I can't sit there and say, boom, that, all right, we're going to level her with this crime, in the way that the state is trying to do it, and say she's the only one that did this when that absolutely can't be proven. But to me, that bullet is an outlier piece of evidence that doesn't fit. That's the whole point of why the defense was asking that question. It doesn't fit. And you have one guy who goes in that house, who tells everybody, I got to go look for a missing gun. And he's in the house alone and a bullet gets found. Listen, I guarantee you the defense can cover all that tomorrow. And again, I might sound biased, but I'm just saying the defense was asking these questions. I got this because I heard this in the cross-examination. I'm like, I understand where they're going with it. After 2 a.m. the 4th, she told Rusty that she's on the burn pile. That was before Peggy Thursby. Listen, that was a bogus conversation. I hate to tell everyone this. I really want you to listen to Rusty and understand the circumstances that were going on, and Rusty makes that statement. Rusty has been shown an arrest warrant that makes him believe he's going to be charged as an accessory after the fact. Now, good old Rusty, he don't know nothing about the law. But what he does know is he knows something. And what he does know is he knows he talked to her about this and was talking with her about this that night from 11 to 2 a.m. But he freaks out. And by his own attorney tells him he wasn't expecting Rusty to say that. So what does he do? He freaks out because he's thinking, I'm going to go to prison. I got to give them something. And they must have something. And then, of course, he finds out they ain't got shit, which is why he retracts. But what he does is he makes up that garbage. He lays a little bit of truth out there, which he knew he was on the burn pile that night. Why? Because Who was tending to the fire? Well, Robin Hudgens, he is on trial, though, in a sense. Scott's was presented as evidence in this trial. So his testimony is absolutely up for discussion. His credibility is up for discussion. And since the defense, and since he puts himself there at the scene at 11:30, and since we know a roaring fire and a roaring blaze was required for this, and since we know she was talking on the phone inside the house for 3 hours after the body would have gone on the burn pile if he shot at 10 o'clock, who's tending the fire? Who is tending the fire? All right, so Melissa says, I'm silent. Did I? Yeah, I'm having problems. Oh, I am froze. So I'm not even talking right now. Okay. We're down. All right, now I think I'm back.
You were on, now you're silent again. You're back now.
All right, I'm back. All right, sorry guys, I had a little technical difficulties. There, I noticed that I was frozen and I had to go back in and reload. I don't know what was going on with that. Let's see. I had Melissa up here. If this turns into a mistrial or a hung jury, it ends up being tried again. Do you think Melody can flip on Scott at this time? Do we have a conviction for Melody to flip? Okay. So on that, yes, she could flip on him, but would she? No. Why would she? If she has a mistrial, I don't think she will. The only way she flips on Scott, because remember, if she flips on Scott, she's going to prison. I mean, she doesn't walk away from this without prison. It's always possible. If she wants to avoid the expense of a trial or whatnot, but the most likely scenario would not be for her to flip on Scott because without a conviction. And the reason for that is because, again, if you get a mistrial, she's not going to feel like she has any need to flip. Now, maybe they give her a deal that's so great, but I don't think they will. I think she will feel like, hey, mission accomplished here. A mistrial is not a mistrial is going to show the weakness in the state's case. So that's not always the great basis for a plea bargain. In this. So once again, a woman's life as wife and mother are being made worthless, and it's ignored that Gary had an affair years before and even moved his sweetie with them to Atlanta. Listen, right? That's what I'm saying. She was Gary. Listen, Gary is no saint here. That's why I'm saying it made no sense that she kills Gary in this. Okay, Gary did what Gary did, right? Gary was doing things. He was cheating on her. He was destroying the bonds of the marriage long before. Listen, I think that's something that probably isn't being told in this case. Is the idea here exactly what was just said here, that Gary moved his mistress to Atlanta. He had his women. That's why she begins what she's doing. And then, of course, Gary gets upset because Melody did the extreme measure of leaving with 50,000. And then they decide to, try to reinvigorate themselves and buy this farm, and it doesn't go the way they want. But the reality was, as far as the marriage being a loving marriage, where they were ever going to get back to that, it was done. It became a partnership. But the bottom line is this was a partnership. Neither party were innocent people here. So let's see here. Melissa Phelan says, let's see here. Yes, vote by emotion. I was raising 5 kids when my husband ran around and told me if I left, I wouldn't get 1 penny of his money. A good mother doesn't do the things this woman has. She taught them to lie. She was vacant, busy with men. Except Jenny, you're forgetting that Gary was busy with his women too. Okay, this was not a situation where Gary was some saint sitting at home devoted to his wife. I mean, he was out and about doing his stuff. And Under Your Scars says, why delete the camera? I agree. Jenny Lee Days, and he was such a good Christian man. Okay, exactly. Well, not obviously. Listen. I think that both Gary, as you heard Amanda Farris say, both Gary and her, they had their issues as parents. But I think all parents have their weaknesses. But that's not necessarily meaning that they're bad parents either. So, I would say that again, in this case, one of the things you need to focus on, guys, is you got to focus on that cell phone data. Okay, focus on that cell phone data and what it tells you. Focus on when she's on the phone. Focus on the fact that somebody had to be tending to that fire for 3 hours for it to incinerate Gary's body to the degree that it did. And there you have it. And that tells you everything you need to know. Hannah B says, Jim, Melody worked while he went to school, and her parents put him through law school. She raised children thereafter and kept the house immaculate. He was a smoker and made bad health choices. Gary has passed. Nobody deserves to die. I wonder if the daughter on yesterday hearing all feels mom is innocent still. I think she feels like everyone else does. And just like she said, she's guilty until proven, or she's innocent until proven guilty. I think they all know that there has to be some level of involvement by the mom. Now, it sounds like Melody has said, I knew nothing. Again, we'll see what happens. Melody worked on the farm. Listen, I think the idea here, I think the story is being mistold here in the sense that looking at her as this evil individual. She supported her husband. They had a life together. And here's what happened. I guarantee you, if you went back and asked the story from Melody's perspective, she found out he was cheating first, and then she started cheating. And that was a coping mechanism. And then eventually, Gary got upset because he found out she had a boyfriend and he didn't like it. And then she runs off with $50,000 and says, I'm divorcing you. And then they come back together and they try to put the pieces back together. But the bottom line is once they came back together the second time, it was like, well, this isn't working out the way we thought. And Melody could never get over, I'm sure, what Gary was doing. And Gary could never get over what she did. But then they thought to themselves, you know what? Rather than divorce Melody, let's not ruin ourselves financially. And they live 2 separate lives. And that's what I think was going on. Now, did their kids realize it? Probably not. Well, Jim, now you got to understand, it doesn't justify murder. Absolutely not. But the sleeping around part, he was doing the same thing. And that is not a disputed point. Mr. Phelan, who tended that fire? That's right. There it is. That's the main point. Who tended the fire? Who tended the fire? She's on the phone, verifiably in the house. Who tended the fire? And the state has that problem now. There's one person who did it, Scott. And I guarantee you there will be more brought into or looked into on that because Scott's put himself there. He put himself at the house now. That was the point. So I would be surprised that I would not be surprised that this is the last that we're going to cover this case, especially if she gets convicted. It's what you do on a farm. She signed up for. Well, Jim, I don't think she was doing too much work on the farm. As you heard Scott say, he was, Scott did the farm work. She did like the plants and the decorations inside the house. She was more about the inside of the house, I think. Well, Melissa, that's what I'm saying. I think the cheating part is not a concern of mine in terms of, I think they were mutually doing it to each other. Now I think, she was taking it to an extreme, heading off to like hedonism and a swingers club and all that crap. I mean, that's a bit extreme, but I mean, I don't think Gary wasn't unaware of this stuff. Jenny Lee Days, what are you talking about? This is the Gary being put in a bad light. This is stuff that came out of trial. No one's putting Gary in a bad light. We're putting Gary in the proper light. You want to put, again, your bias, obviously very biased towards Melody. And what you want to do is you want to shine her in a bad light. But you got to also shine that light equally on Gary. You can't have it both ways. You want to talk about her, you got to talk about him. No, Linda Odell. Well, Melody was the only one home until about 11:30, which is when the cell phone data demonstrates that Scott verifiably came home, which he is now stuck with, which we did not have the benefit of when he testified. But we know he's home, and we know he's home until about 6:30. Well, Hannah B., we don't know where Chris was. That's the point. We have to go off what we know. And what we know, there were two people there. Was Chris there? Possibly, but there was no phone calls made to Chris after that. There was no text made to Chris. There was nothing to indicate that Chris was coming back to that house. Is it possible that Gary Farris said, "Hey, come back. I'm going to do a brush fire. Come back and hang out with me"? Maybe. Seems like a little out of character, but it's possible. Oh, definitely, Jenny. We will be doing a follow-up. I always do with cases like this. We will do a post-verdict analysis, especially we'll be talking after the closing arguments. We will absolutely be finding this stuff, be following up on this stuff. Scott was out playing golf and drinking. Well, he was until 11:30 though. Until 11:30. He was back at the house verifiably. So he's involved in this. He's the guy with the burn pile experience. He's the guy who finds the gun, who finds the bullets, who starts bringing the gun into the equation. He's the guy who's in the house when it's unattended, when no one else is there, and then the bullet gets found in an out of sorts place. Okay? He's the one who goes over, and he's the one standing up on top of the hill, acting in a brooding way, an intimidating way towards his sister or mom as they're standing near the burn pile. That's right. We have no idea what Scott was doing. No one looked at the geofencing locations on his phone. Or maybe they did. But I think they did, but I don't think he showed that he was out on the property at that time. I don't know. I need to go back and rewatch it. I know we have him arriving, but I don't know if they plotted how deep they plotted his phone out, or if they were just basing that on the phone call because he made a phone call. So I don't think they did like what they did with Gary's. I think they were just basing it because Scott makes phone calls when he gets to the property. And he's calling Melody, right? He's calling Melody that evening. Why is he calling Melody? Because they're talking about what has just happened. They're talking about what's been occurring. By 11:30, that's exactly right. What about her call to Rusty? There's no way that body should have been that burned up. Well, again, like I said, that's why I'm saying Rusty and Melody. Rusty was aware of what was happening. Melody was talking to him about what was going on. That's what I'm saying. That's why statements like that were made. again, now here's the thing on that, Donna. Now, let's go back to your question here. I also want to point out to this that, remember, they're saying things and talking about a body because the body was discovered in a burn pile. So there could have been discussions. She was there at the burn pile looking at the body and the remains. And she was probably saying, there's no way that body should have been that burned up. Like, how the hell did it get that burned up? So that could be an indicator that she was innocent or that she had nothing to do with the burning of the body. Maybe she knew Scott was going to burn the body up like that. Because, again, like I said, what I believe, and again, this might sound heinous, but I believe she brought the grandchildren up there, not to find the body. She brought the grandkids up because she wanted to have Chris find the body when he came on, because she knew Chris would come on the property looking for Big Daddy. Chris would walk the property. Chris would walk over and he would be looking around and the body would eventually be found on the burn pit. That's what I think. And Scott and her were the ones that put this together. Maybe. I don't know. Use Gary's credit card to add airtime on her burner phone. That was such a secret device. I think that proves in some way she knew Gary was dead. Well, again, yes, absolutely. That's why I'm saying, like, she did she did things like that, but never thinking that it would ever be something that, I think she did these things without thinking at the moment how this was going to look or what was going to happen. And she was probably in a panic. But again, all of this speaks, none of this proves that she shot him. That's the point. That's what everybody's not realizing here. And what all the defense needed to do was raise the potential issue. Do you think Scott's involved? She could have known he was dead. She could have participated, but she ain't charged with that. So the defense can go argue that to the jury. They can actually argue that to the jury because what she's charged with is the shooting. She's charged with killing him. She's not charged with covering him up. She's not charged with accessory after the fact. So they can make that argument because this is about whether or not she pulled the trigger or not. And they can say, we don't know. She was there. She was present. You might even believe that. But the question is, do you believe she pulled the trigger? And could someone else have done it? And is it proof beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the only one that could have done this? And the answer to that question is no, especially when you put in the fact that Scott was on property that night. Now you have timing that shows pretty much the last time that we know for a fact that Gary was alive. And then you put together the fact that we know he wanted to make a burn pile. And I believe Gary went home and started the burn pile himself. Let's see here. That's exactly right, Unique Me. That is exactly right. That is 100% right. Melissa Phelan says, none of us know what their relationship was truly like. Appears to me he didn't treat her as an equal partner since the Ted Wiley affair in 2018. He was continuing to punish her. I agree with that. I think there were definite problems after that affair, and he definitely didn't. I don't think it was that he didn't treat her as an equal. He didn't trust her, and I think he was worried she might try to do something to run off with all the money or something, or whatever. Take more money than she was supposed to. But again, I don't believe there's a benefit besides divorcing him. And she knew his health was bad. She knew eventually, things would develop in her way, but she was also very worried about his death. I mean, like this is the part that I don't think the defense focused enough on. She was going around telling everybody, I'm not on the accounts. I don't know where all the money's at. Yet she's going to go kill him. And yet she doesn't even know if she's on the life insurance. She doesn't know what's going on. And that life insurance policy, I'm sorry to tell you, is not enough, was not going to be enough for her to live on forever. It would have been gone. So him dying means her lifestyle dies. Says, Hannah B says, remember how Chris really didn't want to bring Addison back to the farm. Wanted to meet Melody halfway. Very sus. Well, again, that's Chris's testimony too. Remember, so all of the things that are being said that we only rely on their own testimony and not phone records or text messages is going to be should be looked at very with a lot of skepticism. MOI says if he feared she was poisoning his cookies, and don't agitate her on purpose and figure she may not shoot your arse. If he feared she was that was the same thing. Listen, the bottom line is, Anaconda says, I think they proved it. I think she's guilty, but I think there's a chance she walks free. And Hillbilly Island Life. So what is your opinion, Hillbilly Island Life? What side are you falling on here? Chat is full of fools. So on what side? On what side do you believe that? I mean, I think that I don't think we could say anybody's a fool in this instance, because I think that it's very much a case where I think she's definitely involved. So people that think she's guilty of something are not incorrect. It's the question of what is she guilty of and what exactly did she do? And that's a part that we're not going to be able to get an answer on. Maybe a jury may not care. Maybe a jury may say, I don't need to know that. Maybe a jury says, hey, you know what? I don't really care. I'm going to find her guilty anyways. But, I think it'll be interesting to see what they do. In terms of when they deliberate this case. Because juries are very interesting beings, and when they get back there, and if they follow the law, I think they got to come back not guilty. Now, I'm going to do one last thing here. I want to check the poll, and then I think we're gonna end this thing here. So we got: do you believe the state proved its case? 64% of 207 votes believes yes. They did prove their case. Well, interesting. We'll see. Normally, when you see 30 to 40% who might not believe that, that's a good sign there's reasonable doubt. And I think there's a lot of doubt in this case. Jury decides. Under your score says jury decides, which is my issue, as they are laymen and hear both sides and vote by emotion. Maybe they are not lawyers. Well, I understand that under your scars, but I think jurors they get charged on the law, right? And I agree with you on the emotion part. I served on a jury, so I know how I can get back there. But a lot of jurors, again, this is why it's very important that the defense picked a good jury and made sure they got people who were going to take their responsibility as a juror very seriously. And I don't have any indication to think that this defense team wouldn't have done that. And if you have that, and you have a jury that's very, very serious about that obligation, sorry about that, guys. That's very, very serious about that obligation. Then you're going to have a jury that will look at this correctly and then follow the judge's instructions. But again, I think what the state is hoping for is what Under Your Scars said, that they're going to have a jury that's voting on the emotion of the case, the emotion of the cheating, the fact that she definitely was involved to some degree, and that they're going to say, you know what? I'm not going to find her not guilty. I'm not going to let her walk out of this courtroom because I know she was involved. And that anger and outrage over her involvement is going to carry the day in the jury room and return a guilty verdict. And that they're not going to be worried about the extent of the involvement or how it was involved or the fact that the state couldn't prove their case. But if the defense does a great closing and closes strong and reminds that jury that they're the gatekeepers here, you can't just go forward and say, well, this state has brought you a deficient case, a case rife with reasonable doubt. And you just walk past that and say, well, I think she probably did it. That's not enough. When a state brings a case, it was I can't remember the daggone case, but it was a recent one I covered, and they had a great visual. It was the steps, right? And they were talking about in this case, you got to walk up these steps. Or maybe it was this case. Hell, maybe it was this case. It was 3 weeks ago. But they're talking about the steps. You got to walk up, and you got to walk through that door. And that is exactly what they got to do. There's like all the different things. I think it was this case, actually. I think it was their opening. And they said, these are all the various different outcomes that you can have. And that's why they gave that presentation in their opening. I'll have to go back and rewatch the opening. I'm pretty certain now that was where it was. And I thought that was fantastic. If it wasn't, it was one I recently covered. But it was a fantastic visual. And it was talking about you got to walk all the way up the steps, not just walk up to the top of the steps, but you got to walk through that door. If you're at any one of these steps, if you're at any one of these places, reasonable suspicion, you got, preponderance of evidence, all the different stages. That's not enough. It's not enough. And believe you me, they're going to remind that jury of that tomorrow. And that's why that was such an important visual. I believe this was the case. I got to go back and double and watch that. But man, that is powerful. And that is what all of you have to remember, is that this case is about the fact that when the state goes back, whether they like it or not, and they don't like that burden, they don't like that standard. They don't like the standard of beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt means no doubt in a reasonable person's mind as to whether or not Melody Farris pulled the trigger, shot, killed him, drugged that body out to a burn pile. And in my opinion, they're not even close. There's too many questions. There's too many doubts. So, as I told you before, expectations on jury deliberations. Rule of thumb is for every 8 hours of testimony, you get 1 hour of deliberation. So we're just going to throw it out and say 13 hours. We're just going to say 13 days, right? Because there were a few days that were short. So we're going to say about 13 hours of deliberations. So if they take the case at 3 o'clock in the morning, you're talking about 4 in the morning. So I don't believe a verdict will more likely than not come down tomorrow. I believe I would say they might deliberate till 6 or 7. I think they're going to go home. And I think because it's Wednesday going into Thursday, they're not going to feel that pressure. So I think then we will get them there at 9 o'clock. And I think what we're looking at probably, if I had to predict, I'd say about 6, 7 o'clock on Thursday night, we get a verdict. If we're going to get a verdict. Now, I think that on the way to that verdict, we're going to probably have a couple times where they come out and we, and ask questions. I think that by Thursday night, if the jury is saying that they're deadlocked, that's also when we're going to get a note if they're deadlocked. I think it'll be Thursday night that there'll be an Allen charge given. And then my prediction would be that I can't do this, but I think they would probably maybe, because they have the Friday to use there, say, listen, let's come back on Friday and see how it goes. And then I think if there's going to be a hung jury, I think it'll be declared Friday morning into Friday afternoon. I think we'll definitely have a verdict by Friday. Definitely have a verdict by Friday. And that's where I think we'll go. Peggy Thursby says she took Martha Jane's 38 snub nose. Well, now, Peggy, again, this is the thing that we've really got to get in. We've really got to understand this, right? Martha Jane, and I understand testimony is evidence, but Martha Jane did not give conclusive evidence that even occurred. What she said was, is she knew she had what she thought was a 38. She doesn't even know it was a 38. She doesn't even know what gun it was. She didn't know what it was. Okay. So I am sorry, but that is evidence of anything. It's just not going to fly. It's not enough. So Listen, we know there was a 357 Magnum on that property, or potentially on that property, but what we know is Scott was the owner of a 357 Magnum that takes 38 bullets. We know that he told police that he had a missing gun that the defense team went and looked for, and they were told there was no report of a missing gun ever made. And we know that if a missing gun is reported to the police, there's going to be a report. There's going to be something there. There was nothing there. And what that tells you is that there's a missing 357 Magnum that Scott can't explain where it went. We know Scott went to the lake. We know the 357 Magnum's gone. We know there's a 38 shell that we know that Scott is the only one that goes in the house to look for a gun. And we know that there's then a bullet found in an out of place spot where nothing probably happened, where there's nice suede chairs that are sitting there. And oh man, here we find it just in this out of place stuff. No blood near there, no nothing, just a bullet. Melissa, I don't believe so, because remember, that was information that literally just came out in the middle of trial along with the cell phone data. So unfortunately, they have not had, I'm sure they did a peripheral search, but at this point, it's been 6, 7, 8 years. They don't even know when to begin to look for. I don't think any type of extensive look was done for that. Well, it will be, Jenny. It will be, because we're gonna have a lot to talk about. And that's exactly right, Terry Waymeyer. She only told her where to listen. The MJ stuff is a distraction. It was great theater for the state to put her on and make this inference, but the state doesn't. It's not definitive proof of anything. What we know is this: is that Scott had access to a gun that fired the weapons and bullets that were found at the scene. We know Scott talked about that gun first. We know Scott was in the house where that bullet was found before anyone, while he's running in the house, and he says, I got to go in the house. Why the hell are you going in the house? Your dad was just found on the burn pile. What the hell are you going in there looking for a missing gun for? Under what theory, pretense, or anything? Why? Because he ran in that house to drop that 38 down, and then he was trying to drop this on mom, and he was trying to get the police to suspect his mom, and he was trying to divert suspicion her way. That's why. End of story. And the rest comes from there. Who was tending the fire while she's on the phone? Ask yourself that question. We know the times now because of the cell phone evidence that didn't exist when Scott testified. It didn't exist when he was questioned by police. So, well, under your scars, yes, I understand that. But it's not one-sided. We're not just dissecting one side. We're dissecting the evidence that's at the case. What's going on right now with a lot of you is you guys are all dissecting case evidence that isn't even in. You're speculating and adding, not you specifically, but I'm saying people are adding things in. They're talking about something happening in the car. There's something talking about this or that or over here. Listen, what we have to deal with is what was presented in this case. And what was presented in this case, okay, is that the state, as of right now, from the state's mouth to the jury's ears, they believe the shooting occurred inside the house. They believe he ran downstairs, and they believe he either ran downstairs or ran outside. Now, by this method, he had to go somewhere and collapse. Because at this point, when does the burn fire start? Who starts the burn fire? Did Melody go start the burn fire? What? And that by now knowing that Gary was alive at 9:36 p.m. at night, and now we're pushing this, and we know that Scott arrives back on property at 11:30. We now know there's a tight time frame that Melody has to do all of this so that Scott doesn't discover any of it. And that Scott's story is true, that he's not involved in at least somewhat. And that's where the whole state's case has just, boom, exploded. And they did it because they wanted to present this evidence to the jury in the middle of trial, that doesn't, to them, they think, oh, Melody's moving around, she's at the burn pile. But what it does is it crunches their timeline on the other side. And that's a problem. And that's a problem. And then also, yes, Melissa, Scott failed the polygraph test. And thank you, Unique Me. So, well, Kim, okay. All right, now, here's the thing, though. You're incorrect on that. Scott testified at this trial against his mother. He put himself at the scene, and he is on trial because in order to believe she's guilty, you have to believe he's not guilty. So he is on trial just as much as she's on trial because he was at the scene. He was there at 11:30. You have to believe that he didn't worry about the fire. You have to believe that he didn't worry about the fire when he was tending to the animals. You have to believe that he didn't worry about going to talk to Big Daddy while he's on the property on the 4th. You have to believe that Scott just ignored all of these things. You have to believe that he just goes to talk to Melody about the animals. You have to believe that he's not going to go address his father or send a text message to his father or do anything when he was texting his dad about money and things of that nature. You have to believe that all of those things, that the absolute no communication with his father, which was unusual. No one looked at the state didn't do that, did they? They didn't look at how much he was communicating on a daily basis with his father and then look at the drop off. Why didn't they do that analysis? Because remember, the daughter was still sending Big Daddy stuff. Who didn't say 4th of July to him? The people that knew he was dead. So, and none of that got, look, the defense didn't attach on any of that because it's going to come in their closing. Well, Terry Whitmire, again, that was not the actual reaction to any of it because Rusty was told about what happened, I believe, at like 11 o'clock. Though the outlier conversations that occurred between 11 and 2 a.m. was because Rusty was immediately told what had happened. And she was talking to Rusty. And they were talking. So Rusty became aware right away. Okay? So the don't tell me anything, I don't need to know anything more was just Rusty's way of trying to put himself distance from this to say, yeah, she told me, but I never asked any questions, which is absolutely ludicrous because that's not how it went down. And absolutely, Scott does create reasonable doubt. I think he is the reasonable doubt. And use evidence. He says he only saw the fire when he arrived home, then never worried about it, even though he goes into great detail. Did you notice that? See, that's the little nuances. And I think it was on the defense's quote. They had him talk in detail about his concerns about his dad in fire and the other house and how he had to put the fire out and he had to go do all this. That was on the defense's cross-examination. Why did they do that? Because what it did was it showed you that when it wasn't that fire, he was very concerned about his dad in fire. But when it was that fire, he didn't care. He goes off to the lake and starts drinking. He goes off and plays golf. Doesn't make any sense. He goes to bed and lets dad burn the fire, burn the whole damn farm down. No, because the person that was handling that fire, the reason why he wasn't in bed, he was burning that fire and he was burning his daddy's body up in that fire. Okay? That's why. I don't agree with you on that, Kim. I think that's why they put him up on the witness stand because they believe it, but they don't believe they have the evidence to prove it. There's a big difference between believing it or not. Their strategy here was to go after Melody, get Melody, and in Melody's trial, he testifies and locks himself in. And then if they can flip Melody, okay, then boom. And again, it ain't over for Scott because Melody double jeopardy will attach if she's found not guilty. And again, remember, I also believe this too. I don't think the state would necessarily be unhappy with a mistrial in this case. Because here's the thing. They've got the cell phone data now. Okay. They've got other stuff. So if this thing becomes a mistrial, they will have the ability to continue to investigate this thing and they could retry this under a totally different theory if they wanted to. No double jeopardy attaches to this. There's no prevention that says that they can't come in with a different theory at a different time, or that they couldn't come in and charge Scott and have him sitting at that table when they go back and look at everything. Because there's going to be additional questions. Because there's got to be additional questions. Because when they got that cell phone data and they're looking at it, there is some serious, there has to be. Exactly right, Evelyn. How did you not know that? And of course, Jenny Lee Day says, believe what you feel, not what this man says. It's sad this man was taken and he gets this. Well, no, it's sad that he was taken, but it's also sad that we would be willing to just put it all on one person when it doesn't make any sense that one person would have just done this. And we have to demand more. We have to demand the truth. So, I mean, really what we would almost hope for in this instance, I think, is we hope for a mistrial, because that will be the way we could get real justice here and maybe get people charged correctly. Maybe get her charged with the right role and put them all in jail where they belong. I'm not saying she doesn't belong in prison. I'm saying her role is wrong. Okay? But everyone, Rusty, her, Scott, they all should be charged appropriately for the appropriate role. And they should have taken the time to do this. But listen, they're going to have time to reinvestigate this thing if a mistrial happens. We'll see what happens if a hung jury occurs. So what do you think about the last witness for the defense? What was your take? I'm going to have to rewatch because I think I heard him wrong. Lori Jean, the last witness for the defense, my take is that the purpose of that witness is to add to the idea here in this case that that they don't know what happened. This witness is telling you they don't know the cause of death. And as a result, there's doubt. That was meant to go to the overall theme of the defense, which is we don't know what happened and that there is doubt in this case. And if you don't know what happened, for them, it was just meant to be the ultimate. We don't know what happened. We don't know who did what. We don't know what the cause of death was. You can't possibly convict this woman on something when you don't even know what the cause of death was. The state, you heard from this expert who's told you that they can't even say, was it a gunshot? Was it a fire? Was it this? It was meant to throw as much confusion in the jury's mind and to show how can you convict her of anything? We don't know. At this point, it's inconclusive. He could. It's unlikely for many reasons. The fact that there was no gun found or nothing like that. But could he have shot himself? And the defense would use that from the standpoint of you can't rule it out completely. We don't know who or how or where or what happened or how many times he was shot or where he was shot. We've got a bullet upstairs. We don't know why. We've got Scott running around the property telling everybody that he found Daddy in the burn pile. We've got him who knows right away that it's there. We got Scott introducing a gun. We've got Melody allegedly walking around this property seeing the burn pile. Do we know that she put him on the burn pile? Could she have just been out checking the burn pile? We've got Scott who comes home. And we know Gary's alive at 9:36. We know he's not on the CPAP, so we know something had to happen. But when, where, and how? Now, obviously, the most damning stuff is the fact that she's talking to Rusty between 11 and 2. But then you come and you say, well, Rusty, can you trust what Rusty said? Does it even make sense? And the fact that Rusty was being threatened with accessory after the fact. So if what Rusty said doesn't make any sense, can you trust it? The end result that the defense was trying to generate with that witness is it just adds to the whole idea that when you get back to that jury room, you are legally obligated to only return a guilty verdict if you have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that Melody Farris did this. She might have been involved. She might have had some degree of involvement. But that's not enough. You have to show beyond a reasonable doubt that she did this, that she pulled the trigger, that she was the only one that did it. That's what the defense's point was. Peggy Thursby says, I will go head to head with you. Well, Peggy, I believe we've been talking. I'm with you, Jenny. Well, Peggy, what is the evidence that you believe beyond a reasonable doubt proves that she did this and only she did this, and where and that and where she did this, how she did this, you can't answer those questions. I think you're misunderstanding what it means when we say proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You can't have questions out there lingering like that. When you're proving malice murder, you're not proving an accidental murder. You're not proving it to be, you're proving that she shot him with malice, that she shot him with an intent to kill. She went in and she shot him. And they're saying because she shot him multiple times. That was another thing. Can you say it was multiple times? Can you say he was shot multiple times? Can you even say the shooting is what killed him? Again, one of the things that the defense could come out and say is, let's say there's an argument and she shoots him and he goes running out there to the burn pile because he's burning a burn pile and he falls in the burn pile. Well, what did he die from? Well, did he die as a result of felony? That's, again, without knowing how he died, you can't properly charge him or understand it. That's the issue that we have here. There's doubt. The state has not proven beyond a reasonable doubt exactly what happened. So as a result, and that's the issue here. We know she was involved to some degree. Yes, Laura Jean, that's exactly right. He did exactly what he was meant to do, which was simply add doubt to, point out or be a great example of doubt. And Kim says, in all the years of talking to Rusty, let me see, I think I'm missing something on that. The only time she paid for something that dinged on Gary's phone was during the time he was to be in all the years. Hey, listen, that is very suspicious. But what you guys are not understanding is that doesn't prove she killed him. I mean, that proves that she may have known he was dead, but that's far from proving she killed him. And she's not charged with knowing he was dead. She's not charged with helping or assisting a cover-up. She's not charged with disposing of evidence after the fact. She's charged with the actual death. And while that, and I understand the jury can infer from it, but the problem you have here is you have a suspect here who could have killed him and she could have been aware. And that's what the defense is going to put out and say, is it possible when that jury goes back and says, is it possible that Scott killed him and she was aware? Or is it possible she killed him and Scott was aware? Or is it possible she killed him, put him in a Burma? It's possible. But I don't know for a fact. I don't know beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it. That's the issue. That's the issue. That is the issue. Well, Peggy, what she's guilty of, I don't know. But when you go into court, when the state goes into court, and the jury has the jury's decision, and this is what a lot of people, this blows right by people's heads, right over their heads. The jury is not there to determine if she committed the crime. And you might say, you're going to say, oh, you're parsing words here. I'm not. They're there to determine, does the state possess evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty of the crimes they're alleging she committed? So the issue at hand is, do they have the evidence to prove it? Not did she do it. And I understand you might think that's one and the same. It's not. Because she might have done it, but the state doesn't have evidence to prove it. And while you can sit here and say, I think she probably did it, that's not enough in a court of law to go say she's factually legally guilty. And that's what this defense team is going to be arguing tomorrow. That's what's going to be going back before the jury. That's why we revert back to the example I gave of the businessman who was found not guilty of the murder for hire plot, even though many in the community thought the guy did it, right? But in court, with evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, the state didn't possess evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that he did it. It's not trickery. It's not, oh, the lawyers are going to use some tricks to get this verdict out. It's just, there's questions. There's problems with the evidence. Maybe they didn't invest enough, or investigate enough. Because again, as they said, what was the defense's opening? Confirmation bias. That's what they're claiming here, at least. This is confirmation bias. I think it's more than confirmation bias. I think she was involved to a degree, but I think that at the same time, the what she did or how she was involved is not clear. But the bottom line is like they're going to show, like they were going to show with the steps. You might be right at the very top step where you think she more than likely did this. But if there's one doubt in your mind as a juror whether she did it, and trust me, there's no way a jury could be sitting back there and say beyond any doubt that she did this. Not with what was presented. Not with what was presented. Well, thank you, Tiff Poe. I appreciate that. Appreciate the super chat there. Appreciate that. Very, very generous. Very much appreciate it. But Jenny Lee Days has another theory here. They had an argument upstairs. He went to leave. He was sitting in the car. She came up, shot him, very little blood, drove ATV up the car, took him to the trash and into the burn pile. Well, Jenny Lee, maybe that's what happened. But you go ahead and show me the evidence that that's what happened. Go ahead, show it to me. You tell me. Tell me, direct me to the witnesses or witnesses I need to listen to that says this happened in the car. Because that is, if you can't, that's just nothing but pure speculation. And speculation and innuendo and your own thoughts is just not going to be enough to get this case to guilty. It just isn't. It's just not going to be. And that's just what it is. That's just what it is. You know, it's I know it's frustrating for many because people don't like that, you know, because it's a hard pill to swallow when you think that someone is involved in something and they might get away with it. Well, that's the criminal justice system. It's also why it's the responsibility of investigators to make sure that they don't charge a case until they can prove their case. Famika Gabord, absolutely. Agreed, Evelyn. Again, agree with that, Evelyn Santos. Agree with that. So that's where we stand, guys. I mean, but we will talk more about this case, obviously. But I am going to have to wrap up here. Now we don't have any trial to watch. It looks like the YSL case is not going on today. It looks like the Adam Coy case is still on break. I never know if it's coming back up or not. I believe they were going to be going into the afternoon today, but I'm not certain. So we'll find out. But let's see what all Jim Rath has to say here real quick before I end this thing. And the defense witness said on the stand, this will not cause one's death being shot in that location, which goes to the prosecution's story of what happened. Okay. I understand. But here's the problem. The state claims that she shot him to death. By their own word, they're not claiming he died and burned up in the burn pile. They're claiming she shot him to death. So, again, then what that witness goes to is the idea that we don't know what happened. The state can't say what happened. And if they can't say who shot him or how many times he was shot or whether he was shot to death or fell in the burn pile or maybe it was an amalgamation of both, that is a problem for the state. The state does not get to walk in and have any doubt whatsoever, any reasonable doubt in a reasonable person's mind and get a guilty verdict delivered. Reread my comment. I said this channel looks at three sides, not one. That's right. Yes, thank you, underscores. I did miss that. Yes, that's exactly right. We're looking at all the sides from it. Kim, I would say they probably already have. Remember when the Murdoch trial was going on, and then, well, actually, I guess they were releasing during the trial, but or maybe it was right after. But I think it was during. But I'm quite certain. I was already thinking that. I said, this is like custom made for Netflix. This is fantastic. Gotcha. Moderator here is the king of conjecture. The king of conjecture. No, I'm not the king of conjecture. It's not conjecture. It's doubts. It's reasonable doubts that are present in the minds of myself. And I'm sure they're present in could be present in the members of the jurors that are going to be looking at this. Unique Me one. Yes, thank you. I hope everybody comes back and we can chat again as this case goes. Jim, I hope to hear from you too. Like I said, I enjoy hearing the other side. I like to hear this. So I hope nobody feels like I'm not inviting the other side. I want the other side here. I want to be able to talk because, listen, I will think about the points being made, and I will think about all of this stuff, and you might hear me change a little bit because that's just, that's the point of it. No one is buying your theory of Scott being involved. The jury is within 72 hours of agreeing with that, and who is responsible? Well, Jim, you and I will agree to disagree on that because I think that you then explain to me, Jim, you failed to address this issue. Who was tending the fire while she was on the phone and as per her geo coordinates inside the house? Who was tending the fire? Why did Scott ignore the fire when he never ignored fires? He said it was such a concern when burn fire piles were going on. We know this was a smoldering hot fire. Why did he not address the fire on the 4th? Why did he ignore it like it didn't exist? Why did he claim that less than 6-7 hours after this fire would have absolutely still been burning, that he just drove off to golf and never really worried about the fire again? Even though we know he was extremely worried about his dad in fires because his dad almost burned a house down. He had to go put a house fire out where he put his hand in and put the fire out in the house. None of that makes any sense. So there it is, Jim. I think there's a lot of credibility to Scott being involved in this. Peggy Thursby, I watched every minute of the Murdoch trial. He was guilty, and so is she. Well, it's actually interesting. You should bring. We were talking about that because I just read in the news that whoever bought his house now has the door, and is claiming that the bullet alignment, although I think that was an issue in trial, does not match or whatever. But I don't think he was standing upright completely. I think he had gone down. The sun comes out and he's shot. That's why there's an issue with the direction of the bullets. But yeah. So under your scars, it is done for the day. We will be back tomorrow with closing arguments. Get some rest. Get your minds right. Tomorrow is going to be a big day. If you missed it, the judge laid out the schedule. 9 o'clock sharp, state will begin. State will they're doing 2 hours of closings. The state gets to do an hour of their closing first. Then the defense will do a half hour. Will do basically an hour of their close, lunch. Defense will do the back end hour of their closing. The state will then follow up with their final hour, and then there will be another break, and then there will be the jury charge, and the jury should be deliberating about 3 o'clock. And then from there, we're on the jury's time frame as far as what happens. So it'll be a big, exciting day tomorrow where we're going to have a lot to talk about. And then, of course, I hope to be talking with you guys, hopefully, tomorrow afternoon into the evening while the jury's deliberating. We can have another discussion. Maybe we're having another discussion later today. But I've got to end this discussion, as fun as it is, because I've got a few things to do here that I've got to run and do when I would normally be listening to the trials as I'm moving around. So all right, everybody. Well, thank you again for the great discussion, and I'll be talking to you soon, guys. And get your final votes in on the poll. I'll leave it up for a few more minutes, and then we're see where everything ends with that. I'll put the results up on the community page, and we'll go from there.
Systems rigged, man, it's time to break free. Eyes wide open, gotta see what I see. Standing on the front lines, fighting for the truth. Lift the veil of lies, it's time to be the proof. Take a stand, don't you back down. Raise your voice, let's shake the town. We're the voices that won't be ignored. Breaking chains, yeah, we're ready for war. With the power of the people, we'll make them see a world of justice unite.